Thank you very much. Do we have interpretation service? Interpreters in place. Yeah, okay. So do you hear in French? Okay, very good morning. Hope you had a very good night and enjoyed your stay in the beautiful city of Addis. Welcome to the panel session on one of the key enablers for integrated and prosperous Africa, which is the Interoperable Digital ID. My name is Mehret Matas, a senior ICT expert within the infrastructure energy of the AUC. Maybe before we dive in, can you imagine a borderless Africa where you can be able to travel with enhanced national identity without any hassle within your own continent, Africa? Doing business will be very simplified. At the end of the session or the PIDA week, if this is going to happen, what will be your feeling? So this is where we try to unpack what interoperability digital ID mean for us as a citizen and for the integration of our continent. We will begin with a bit of a background of the digital ID interoperability across Africa. And we will have a panel discussion where our experts explore the key components of the interoperability, including the benefits that it will bring for African citizens and then for Africa at large, the standards that is going to be utilized to realize this vision, the challenges, the opportunities, and the key stakeholder roles so that we can bring this vision to a reality. So when it comes to the background, you may heard a lot about Agenda 2063 and its flagship projects. The Infrastructure and Energy Department is leading key infrastructure development projects. You already heard a lot about components of PIDA, where it includes the transport, the energy, the water, and then one of the key where we are concerned or trying to explore more is the digitalization or the ICT sector. So as part of the digital transformation strategy, we have a vision to achieve inclusive digital society and economy. And there are strategic enablers or the digital infrastructure, including the digital infrastructure, the key enablers as well as the critical sectors. Among the key enablers, it is the digital ID. So the digital ID has a lot of potential and promises. For that, the Africa, and also it is the component like it's not really enough to say this is exactly the landscape of the African landscape for digital ID. So the result shows that even though all our countries started, the one that responded, started implementing digital ID, there are a lot of gaps or differences in their status, in their level, and then the fragmented policy and regulation across member states is also something that needs immediate consideration. With this, I'm introducing the African Committee of Experts on Digital ID to take us through what will look like to realize interoperable digital ID across the continent. I will introduce my panelists here from my left. Commissioner Likando Lua, Data Commissioner for Zambia. Then next, okay. Next is, okay.
Maybe I can sense it.
Mr. Peter Kamaili, Deputy Director, ICT Directorate of eCitizen Service Kenya. Next is Director General, Yojo Mohisin, National ID Morocco.
Controller General, not Director.
Control General. Control General, apologies. And then Ms. Fevan Bulbula, Strategic Planning and Training Lead, National ID Ethiopia. And Colonel David Jojobo, Deputy Director, ICT Sudan, South Sudan. So welcome, dear experts.
Thank you.
My first question will go to Mr. Peter, who is also the chair of the African Committee of Experts. Who is also the chair of the African Committee of Experts. So, Mr. Peter, could you please shed light on what interoperable digital identity across Africa looks like and discuss the potential benefits it could bring in improving the lives of African citizens while contributing to the Agenda 2063 flagship projects and programs? Thank you.
Thank you, Merit. And first, I want to thank the organizers of PIDA for giving us the opportunity, the African Committee of Experts, for participating in this work. Before I go to the question, I want to appreciate first the work which has been done to lay the foundation of implementing interoperable digital IDs across Africa, starting from the digital transformation strategy for Africa, which highlights the need of having a digital ID ecosystem, which speaks to each other within the continent as a building block for digitization and digital transformation for the continent. I further want also to appreciate the coming to effect of the Malabo Convention last year after the 16th member state assented to the convention. That provides a building block for providing data privacy safeguards for deploying digital ID. I also want also to appreciate the contents you've spoke about, the key document which gives key principles for implementing interoperable digital ID, the African Union Interoperability Framework for Digital ID. These are very key documents and instruments which gives the railway for implementing an interoperable digital ecosystem across Africa. Back to your question, I want to start from what are the steps towards having interoperable digital ID, which has been highlighted in the African Interoperability Framework for digital IDs across Africa. And this first step, number one, is having foundational ID ecosystems in member states, which is trusted and offers identity credentials to its citizens. And the next level is to have these credentials being interoperable across the across border for purposes of accessing or trading or even accessing services across the borders. Then therefore, we're looking at a situation where we need to have a regulatory framework as the basis of deploying digital IDs at the member states as a real road for implementing interoperable digital IDs. So based on the committee's work, I think I would say we had different levels of implementation of digital IDs, and the situation is not very good because from the survey we did, from the 70 member states who responded, 41 of them required even assistance to do design at the design level to be able to design interoperable digital ID ecosystems. That does not mean that we do not have identity or foundational and identity ecosystems in countries, member states. We have, but they are at a different level of deployment. And one of the components which is very critical in deploying a digital ID for it to be interoperable is to have, as the first layer, to have internal data sharing ecosystem, interoperability at country level. Now, that calls for what we call digital transformation at the country level, interoperable ecosystems in which allows for authentication of users and members as they access these services. So as I would say, yes, from our survey, we have actually less than 10 member states who are actually at the almost the tail end of deploying digital ID ecosystems at the country level before they are able to be to have a cross-border authentication of other credentials. So what we are seeing is we can say we are at almost at infancy stage as a continent, but not too far from the other continents. In terms of benefits, what you are seeing, once we have a working digital ID interoperability ecosystem across Africa, we are seeing an inclusion, social and economic inclusion for our citizens. Because one of the things which comes with deployment of digital ID is having access to e-government platforms, authentication to services, online services across borders. In terms of financial sector, in the remittances, we are looking at a capability to open an account in a cross-border country and trade in terms of in crossing borders, prior authentication. In the e-commerce platforms, we are looking at a full inclusion in terms of the communities who are disadvantaged, because one of the key aspects of deploying digital ID to ensure inclusivity in registration. As part of achieving the Africa 2063 we want, it calls for legal identity for all. So that will be the basis and some of the benefits which we will accrue on having a digital ID, interoperable digital ID across Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is very important point that you mentioned. Maybe now we will go, if you see more of the social and economic benefit, if you see that. Ms. Favan, can you please tell us, in your opinion, what would the successful implementation of interoperable digital ID across Africa mean for the continent long-term economic integration and global competitiveness?
Okay, thank you, Merit, and thank you, our participants. In my opinion, the interoperable digital ID have the potential to revolutionize Africa's economic landscape as well as social development by providing a unique, verifiable digital identity for every individual. These systems can, it can streamline government services by accelerating the delivery of public services like healthcare, the education system, and different social benefits, and with increased efficiency and reduced corruption, and also improved citizen satisfaction. It can boost the digitalization and it encourages the use of simplified application systems, different tools which will lead to reduced paperwork and the need for physical documents that also comes with elongated process times. Therefore, it can streamline government services. In addition to that, it can also boost our financial inclusivity. Digital IDs can provide a unique identification or verifiable identification. Therefore, a trust can be created between individuals and different service providers. Therefore, that leads to enabling access to financial services. Those who don't have any credible identities and lack those financial services, those can be included in the financial service. In addition to that, it can also facilitate a cross-border trade by simplifying customs procedures and different bureaucracy across the border lines. By enabling an automated verifiable identity, different burdens can be eliminated, and there could be a streamlined or seamless cross-border trade processes. In addition to that, by creating this, by increasing transparency and also accountability in a government processes, we can also attract foreign investment. Transparency will create confidence into investors, also provides a strong legal and regulatory framework that gives certainty and protection for those investors. In addition to that, enhance cybersecurity and countries inside the countries as well as cross-border transactions, and also protect the identity theft as well as different financial and other frauds. Therefore, improved security will also enhance our digital economy. Above all, we can also empower our citizens. Individuals can get over a control over their own digital data and also their identity. Therefore, in general, interoperable digital IDs can position Africa as a global competitor in digital economy and driving economic growth and improve the lives of millions of Africans.
Thank you so much, Ms. Favan. So as you have heard both from the chair, and then Favan is also the vice chair of the African Committee of Experts Group, the potential that is for the digital ID, especially the interoperable digital ID for Africa, is tremendous. So this is something that we need to exploit, or you need to work hard to come up with this interoperable digital ID. The next is General Controller. Can you please tell us how can a standardized digital ID system support the African Continental Free Trade Area by facilitating the free movement of goods, services, and people across borders, particularly by reducing transaction costs and simplifying cross-border financial services? This is important because most of the time the linkage between or among these key critical flagship projects is something weak. So we are trying to bring in the soft aspect on top of the hard aspect as well. So now please tell us about the standard, how it can support the AfCFTA and the free movement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mehret, and thank you for all the participants and the committee. It's an honor for me to represent Morocco in this committee and to share experience around Africa. So a standardized digital ID can be a real game changer for the African continental free trade area. By implementing a secure and verifiable identity, we can really speed up some cross-border processes, like you mentioned, customs can be accelerated by gaining on time and money, and the needs of some physical documents like passport and visa, if eliminated, can speed up those processes. Also, there is not only save of money and time, there is that helps also to minimize the risk of fraud and the identity theft. In addition, the digital ID system can really revolutionize cross-border digital transactions. That means that by enabling online transaction, that means that every individual can send and receive money, can transfer funds or access to services online. This can really boost an economic activity and financial inclusion on the continent. One big step that has been done early this year is the adoption of a digital trade protocol. It's a really step forward to remove digital barriers between African countries. The Digital Trust Protocol, it's established common rules on the digital market in Africa, so having the same standard, the same protocols to digital exchanges. This will facilitate the flow of digital services. People can access digital services for all the African countries. Entrepreneurship can grow their business by accessing those markets in other countries. I think really that this protocol can have a potential to significantly grow the economic of the continent and development.
Thank you very much. So we know that it has a lot of potential. At the same time, we know also the difficulties. As we try to highlight initially, the status of African Union member states in implementing digital ID. And then on top of that, when we include interoperability, is quite different. So Commissioner, I'm coming to you. What are the key challenges as well as opportunities you may also add the risk in creating a common standard for digital ID across African nations? And then how can we effectively address these challenges as well as risks? Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Moderator. Every good initiative has its own challenges, and the idea
countries across border can rely on and willing to interoperable with that system. In Ethiopia, in our digital ID system that we call it PIDA, we collect 3 biometric attributes that are facial pictures, 442 fingerprints, and also dual iris. And in addition to that, there's also an exception procedure along with these biometric standards, so that even though one can miss one of the attributes, then it can be treated with the rest of the other biometric parameters. Therefore, these two are has to be in place in order to achieve our interoperability. When we come to the infrastructure development, we need to have a robust digital infrastructure that has a high speed internet connectivity, and secure data centers are really necessary. We need to have a multiple data centers that can support hundreds of thousands authentication requests at a time that came across different countries, and also that needs to support real-time authentication services. In addition to that, there needs to be a cybersecurity infrastructure. A strong cybersecurity measures and regular security audits are crucial. As PIDA, we are fully aligned with the ISO 27001 standards, and also we implemented a physical and also legal requirements that comes with the secure data and storage requirements. Above all, we need to also have, we need to create the required digital literacy across our nations, even across border. We need to have internal capacity. We need to build our internal capacity. It's really crucial for sustainable development of digital ID and also its implementation. Training programs can help ensure the successful adoption of digital ID systems. By investing in these areas, Africa can lay the foundation for future where digital IDs empower citizens, boost economic growth, and improve our public services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Favan, maybe for the sake of time, we are not always starting from the scratch. We learn from others. This general controller, would you please give us an example where interoperability framework is working in other regions? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Merat. I think for the geographical location of Morocco, we had a chance to work with a lot of experts, exchange with a lot of European experts on identity or on governments implementing digital identities and identities. And also we benchmarked a lot of solutions, and we've been very interested by the solution like what we're trying to do on ACID, and we've been inspired by the AIDAS. AIDAS, it's the Electronic Identification Authentication Trust System. It's a regulation, European regulation, to try to have the exchange data between European countries. It's a good example of trust framework, continental trust framework. EIDAS have a strong legal framework, and he engaged aspects like data protection, cybersecurity, and exchange of data. it has been success to implement a digital trust around the European continent. But also now they are looking forwards. They are trying to implement EIDAS on his second version and to implement an European wallet so they can accelerate the economic inclusion of all this country. We also been inspired and see what they do on Asia, on the Asia Pacific. The accelerating and automation of the custom clearance. I take as an example what they do on Singapore. They have automated those custom clearance by accelerating those processes and having a real impact on gaining on time and money. Also, we know all the Singapore airports and how they use their digital identity to a seamless cross border. But also in Africa, we have champions use case. Even if they are not implemented an interoperable digital identity, but they are on the good way. Peter mentioned some of them like ECOWAS, that they have succeeded to have the one travel document and trying to have the same financial services around the region. Another good example is the East African community that have really simplified cross-border system, and some of those countries like Kenya and a young country like South Sudan have implemented strong identity, and we're happy on this committee to have those examples with us, working with us on this interoperability digital identity system.
Thank you very much. So we have a live example that's happening in Africa that we can take it and scale it up at a continental level, which requires coordination and collaboration among different stakeholders. With this, I will go to Colonel David to just tell us a bit on what key roles and responsibilities should regional organizations, continental organization, regional organization, development partner, private sector needs to play to support member states in order to implement interoperable digital ID. Colonel David, to you.
Thank you so much. As you already understood the topic, it's all about digital identity, which is connected to a number of modern technologies. And it also has a lot of encompassed with a lot of challenges attached to them. To achieve the great unity, cohesion, solidarity among the African countries and nations, which is part of the objectives of the African Union, to defend the sovereignty, territorial integrity, independence of the member states, to accelerate political and socio-economic integration of the continent. So as we emerge with this digital interoperability of identity, member states can support the implementation of digital identity by strengthening foundational identity systems in each member state, considering supportive mechanisms, selecting how to use digital credentials, reusing standards. Some of these are very important for us to have in mind, and these are the bulletins I can answer your question.
Thank you very much. Maybe before we wrap up, if you have any questions, comments, inputs, we'd love to hear. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you very much, all the panelists. My name is Iyob Satu. I'm the Director of Organization for Innovation and Sustainable Development Africa. And it's really very important infrastructure topic on digitizing Africa. And I have some few questions, especially for the Ethiopian presenter. She raised the issue of interoperability and also the issues of this digital inclusion. My question is, how is the pace of registration of Ethiopian ID card? If you can raise the example of, or if any challenges facing in the registration process, that would be a learning experience for us. Secondly, my last question is for Commissioner. My question is, there are many IDPs and refugees with huge migration across Africa. And how do you think that the inclusion of the rights of refugee people could be considered in this digital area, especially with the digital ID? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can start with Favan and then Commissioner would come in.
If I heard you correctly, you were asking me about the challenges that we have faced during our enrollment of the population, right? So the first one will be a resource limitation that, as we all know, that the population of Ethiopia is more than 100 million. So in order to achieve what we set as a goal, which is reaching the 90 million registrations by the end of 2028, we're now at 10 million registrations so far. That was from the limitations of resources. It needs a large number of biometric kits to register a number of population at a time. Therefore, that was a major challenge. The other one was the digital ID concept was not born yesterday. It has been a long period in which has been in our mind for above 10 years for now. But the recent change was the political will that we gained from the higher management. So that was also another challenge. Countries need to have the two major challenges that we have faced in our digital ID implementation.
The issue of refugees in Africa or worldwide still remains a challenge. And unfortunately, the environment is not so conducive for them because even there are a number of restrictions in their movement. Now you can imagine how easy it would be to solve that solution if we had a digital ID, because then it means that we are now able to identify them easily, and because we're able to identify them easily, even their restrictions on their movements can be reduced. Now it means that they can even cross the border without a problem because you're able to identify them. The challenge that has been brought about, or that has brought about these restrictions, is the identification part, which we believe that digital ID can resolve that issue.
Thank you very much, Favan and Commissioner. We don't have much time. We just wrap up by saying interoperability of digital ID has a huge potential to foster our integration, but we need a political will to drive this implementation, as well as the capacity and the resources needs to be in place. Maybe what is also critical is awareness is missing. So all of you, that you heard, we kindly request you to broadcast this word, and then in whatever position you have to push the interoperability, the implementation of interoperability across Africa, so that we will realize the borderless Africa for ourselves or maybe for our kids. We thank you with this one, and then I'll also give an applause for our panelists. So with this, we close our session. Thank you.
So we will start right away the next session, which is the one on AI. I will kindly invite our speakers to join the floor. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just need to make an announcement. Participants who are interested in joining the city tour, please kindly assemble outside the venue at 5 p.m. Even if you haven't registered online, please just assemble outside at 5 p.m. Do not go to your hotels. The transport will be picking us up at the AUC headquarters. Thank you. I believe we can start. So good morning once more to everyone here. We have the session on an ICT session on entitled AI in Action Towards an African Union AI Strategy Implementation. My name is Christelle Odana. I am a senior policy analyst at the African Union Development Agency. I also lead the digitalization unit of the agency. And today I am bringing to you a set of experts on the subject. We do have one online. We also had a change into the program. We apologize for that. And we apologize for the delay, but we'll start without any further delay. So I will kick off directly with the panelists, and I'll ask to each of them, starting with Mr. Sedina Ndie online. Okay, so maybe we'll start to save some time. We may start on site with Can you hear me? I think he can hear. But we can hear you. So what we'll do to save time, we'll start here, and then we'll give some time to the technician to fix it, and then we'll come back to you. Apologies. Thank you.
Okay, so good morning again. My name is Pierre-Christophe Gam. I'm a visual artist and research fellow at MIT, and I'm the founder of a platform called Toguna World, which is an art and foresight research platform which fuse art, mythology, and foresight to investigate the future. And my research is on Africa's future specifically, and the different philosophies of future that exist at the moment, looking at technology. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde. Moi, c'est Abdou Rachid Idriss. Je suis conseiller du ministre de la Communication de Djibouti et en parallèle, je fais partie du groupe de travail africain sur l'intelligence artificielle de l'Union africaine. Et si je peux présenter maintenant, on revient après pour les questions.
Nous procédons aux présentations individuelles des panélistes par eux-mêmes et nous vous demandons de nous présenter le travail que vous faites qui nous aidera à penser à l'implémentation de la stratégie africaine. Merci. En bref, vous vous présentez devant les participants.
Je me suis présenté déjà et si vous voulez, on peut parler de la stratégie si vous voulez un petit peu. Ça ou je reviens après.
On va passer au suivant. Merci.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Barbara Glover. I work for the African Union Development Agency. I work heading our Artificial Intelligence Task Force, where we are looking at the use of AI in multiple sectors. I work within the Human Capital and Institutional Development Directorate, and so we are focusing majorly on certain key sectoral applications of AI like health, education, youth, and institutional development. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. William Washa from Uganda. I'm a researcher, I'm a senior lecturer at Imbara University of Science and Technology, and I lead the Department of Biomedical Sciences and Engineering. I'm also an innovator and entrepreneur. I own a company that digitizes, develops AI initiatives, and currently we are building a digital oncology platform that still uses AI to improve and manage cancer management in Africa. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you.
So we'll have a second attempt to get Dr. Ndiaye online. Should we proceed or wait? Okay, so I think we will start. So in brief, the idea of the session is to have a discussion to present the work that we do within the agency in regards with the artificial intelligence. It's also to share the opportunities that we'll have as a continent when we will start with the implementation of the African Union AI strategy as adopted recently. And lastly, it will be to have a discussion about, in fact, where to start and how to harmonize, put together all the different initiatives that have been led by different organizations, the different frameworks, and to indeed effectively implement the strategy as recommended by the African Union. So we'll kickstart the discussion, the exchange with Dr. Glover Barbara, who will share with us the different initiatives that she has led working with us throughout the continent. Thank you. And then we'll come back to Dr. Ndiaye when we'll be ready technically.
Thank you. So I'm just sharing some ideas on what we have been doing within AD and EPID, especially my directorate. So I work with what we call the African Union High-Level Panel on Emerging Technologies. This is a panel of 10 eminent experts that provide policy guidance to AU member states when it comes to artificial intelligence. And the panel has conducted several foresight analysis and has provided reports on several of these technologies, including AI, blockchain, gene drive, and so many other emerging technologies on the continent. So our work has been in 3 phases. The first is to guide policy development, and we understand that in order for policy to be relevant, it has to be fed by feedback from the experts that are on ground. And so we hold several technical consultations, bringing together the expertise on the continent so that the policies are truly reflective of the perspectives of these experts. In 2022, the panel launched a technical report on artificial intelligence for Africa's socioeconomic development. And one of the key outcomes of that, or one of the key recommendations from that, was the need for Africa to look at harmonizing at the continental level a policy or a strategy that supports AI. And through several stakeholder consultations, the panel has come up with a continental white paper that it's a very detailed document over 200 pages that records what is going on today in Africa, what are the perspectives on AI, what are the issues, where should we be focusing. It also has a roadmap attached to the white paper, and it's looking at artificial intelligence in 5 main spheres. The first is our skills and our educational sector. What are the technical expertise that we need to drive a continent that is AI positive or is looking at the use of AI to address its issues. The second pillar looks at data. And so we work around how we can have good data systems that support AI. We understand, for instance, the bias that artificial intelligence represents because of perhaps not enough African data in some of the systems that are being deployed. And so we are looking at how we can support AI system, data systems for AI. The third is looking at enabling regulatory environments. For instance, we are currently engaging with health regulators on how to utilize artificial intelligence to support effective health regulation. Pillar is looking at the economy, AI economy, how artificial intelligence is supporting our economy, what are the investments that African governments should be looking at in order to support this. And then the last one is looking at AI partnerships and who should we be bringing on board. And so guided by these 5 pillars, we have rolled out several initiatives. One is the Youth in AI and Robotics competition, which we launched in February this year. We had over 1,000 applications from young innovators across the continent. The top 30 solutions have received funding for their innovations, and the top 3 have actually been piloted. They have received recently from PIDA, from the EU have fully funded some of these projects, and we are hoping to see them mainstream into the media. Next year, we are rolling out the next phase of the competition where we are partnering with the South African government and some other key actors that have seen the success of this one and have partnered with us to support this initiative. In health, we are also strengthening engagements with African medicine agencies and the technical committees, looking at how they can utilize artificial intelligence to support medical products regulations and also to fast track their innovations. We are providing guidance documents to support that initiative going forward. I think there's quite a lot we've done. I'll take your time all morning if I want to go into it, but we look forward to engaging further on some of the initiatives going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barbara, for sharing with us some of the initiatives you have led on the subject. We'll move to your neighbor now, Dr. Waswa William. We would like him to share with us, in his opinion, the most critical infrastructure he believes, the investment infrastructure he believes that need to be done to support the widespread of AI adoption in Africa.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. That's quite very, very interesting. Yeah, ideally, as we know, that one of the most important aspects to make sure that you can have any of these initiatives go to the next step is us, the humans, to be there, the persons. So human capital is something that we really need to make sure that we do have the people on the ground. These people have to really be well trained and make sure that they can be able to take on these innovations. That's why there's really a need to make sure that the education system at university level, the professors, the researchers have the technical skills, and also being able to make sure that they are not just using the technology, but really developing the technology. When you go back to the secondary schools, we need to make sure that we have AI literacy programs. As we have computer literacy, STEM, we need to make sure that AI literacy is introduced in secondary schools to make sure that actually we can build a base for the human capital, to make sure that we can actually be able to scale and take up these innovations to the next sector. Not forgetting that informal sector is also an area that we need to make sure that they can really be able to be utilized, to make sure that they can also be part of this drive to upscale these emerging technologies like AI. Once you have the human capital, then you need the energy. You need to be able to move when you are going to do any work. If you don't have energy, if you don't have the ATP, you won't be able to do anything. So you need to make sure that you have accessible and reliable energy to make sure that we can promote these technologies. Having electricity that is accessible, having other means of energy like solar to make sure that we can make sure that all the researchers and all the startups that are using these emerging technologies can actually be able to make sure that they can be able to participate in this. And once you have that energy, you need to make sure that you have the whole, you need to have the tools to use. Having digital and computing infrastructure is very, very key. If you have very good people, you have energy, but you don't have the tools to use, you may not be able to really upscale and take these innovations. So making sure that we have fast internet, secure cloud compute for the African continent is very, very key to make sure that we can really uptake these innovations. And lastly, we need to make sure that we have now an innovation ecosystem. We must have a framework that has been developed to make sure that we can be able to promote these technologies from the ideation to development to scaling and to monitoring and evaluation. This can also make sure that the innovations that come out from the community, from the innovators, are trusted by the end users. So having cybersecurity, ethical and innovation ecosystems as key parts of the infrastructure is very, very key to make sure that we can scale these innovations, especially in emerging technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. William Waswa, for your intervention. We note that human capital is important. We need to invest into capacity building, review the curriculum for the education. We need to have technical skills for the teachers, literacy program for our children, accessible energy. Maybe there is something you forgot there, the data infrastructure themselves, foster an innovative ecosystem. So thank you so much. We will, maybe I would like to come back to Dr. Barbara. Can you elaborate on when you intervene, when you talk about a certain number of pillars, and you mention the support on the data system among the recommendations that you made within the white paper. Could you please elaborate about that? And about practically how can we engage with the member state once we start officially with the implementation of the strategy to address that pillar? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yes, so the second pillar on data and infrastructure, we do understand how important infrastructure is to drive AI systems across the continent. And we for instance, when you engage innovators, they're always talking about, I need compute, and there's a need for us to harness and build new systems that can support the data that is driven to drive is needed to drive artificial intelligence across the continent. So within that pillar, we have made recommendations on what exists in terms of compute power, in terms of the data systems on the continent, and then we've also made recommendations on what we need to add to it in the various countries. I mean, it shouldn't be that every country should go buy a data center, for instance. How do we, as a continent, harness the power of 55 countries to look at where we should situate data centers, where we should situate the necessary infrastructure that can drive the AI system that we are recommending across the continent.
Thank you for elaborating for us. I think we'll catch up with Dr. Ndiaye online for him to join the conversation. We would like you to introduce yourself, the work that you're doing briefly that can help us to move towards the implementation of the continental strategy. And then we'll, we'll continue.
Hi, everyone. Do you hear me now? It's okay?
Now we hear you. We have an echo and we don't see you.
Great. My name is Dr. Seydina Ndiaye. I'm a senior lecturer at Chef Abidoukan Digital University in Senegal. And I was one of the members of the working group who drafted the white paper on AI, the Pan-African white paper on AI. And I'm one of the members of the UN AI advisory body and expert member of GPI, the Global Partnership on AI. And at the university level, I'm the PI of AI Living Lab, who help develop the AI ecosystem in Senegal and Western Africa, from ideation to the deployment of AI solutions and making also some sandboxes on AI regulation.
Thank you for the introduction, Dr. Ndiaye. We will follow up with a question with you to try to repair for the delay and the waiting time. So, drawing on your experience in drafting the white paper with the high-level panel on emerging technology, and using your experience as a member of the UN high-level AI advisory body, what are the most significant opportunities and challenges that you foresee in aligning the national strategies with the continental strategy, the AU strategy that has been recently developed and adopted? How do you see that?
Thank you for the question. Yes, indeed, there is a lot of opportunities. I can say that within the NEPAD, our work, we had a focus on.
You can as well speak in French, by the way. We have translator on site if you feel more comfortable.
Yeah, don't worry, it's okay. We had a focus on the global cooperation, and I think that with the work we did within the high-level advisory body on AI, in our recommendations, we talked about two main instruments. The first one is international scientific panel, and I think that in this panel, Africa should be represented so that they can use the work on this panel to help to drive the implementation of our Pan-African strategy. And also we have another recommendation, it's the policy dialogue. And within the policy dialogue, I think that the representation of African countries should be key for the implementation, because within this panel we can share how to implement best practices on AI governance, and how to take into account the reports come from the scientific panel globally. And I think that within Africa also, we have to have this kind of collaboration so that we can share, for example, compute infrastructure or data or talent. And the work we did in AU NEPAD could be a framework for the implementation of national strategies in Africa also. And that give a global framework to help each country to have their own national strategy, and to have the cooperation also to implement it.
Thank you, Dr. Ndiaye. We understood that you work on the white paper, but how is the white paper aligned to the continental strategy that came after? If the white paper is a good framework for the member state to implement, how do we harmonize and align? I'm coming back to the question.
Yeah, indeed. I think that in the white paper we go deeper than the strategy. So the white paper runs implementation of the Pan-African strategy. There's some work done by Rachel Adams to try to talk with all people, grassroots communities also. And I think that the white paper could be a good input for the implementation, because we did a deep job into some pillars, and it's the same pillars quite in the Pan-African strategy. So we have to work together for the implementation, and I think that what we did in the white paper could help for the implementation.
Thank you very much. I note that the white paper can be a good start for the implementation plan of the strategy. So I'll now move to my left, to Mr. Gam. So, Mr. Gam, you are a researcher, more on the social aspect. So, in regards to that, what are some potential unintended consequences you think that the adoption of AI in Africa will have on our environment, ecosystem, population, and what do you think the policymakers and the researcher can do, or how can they work together to kind of mitigate what you may have observed from your research?
Thank you very much for your question. As I mentioned, I'm a researcher that focuses on future foresight, to be specific, and I've been looking in details in regards to the future of the African continent. And by so I took some note in order to be more specific in regards to the answer. But by 2063, Africa will be home to approximately 3 billion people, nearly 40% of the world population, with the youngest workforce globally. And this demographic shift offers Africa an unparalleled opportunity for innovation, creativity, and transformation. However, this demographic boom also brings significant pressure. The need for job creation, healthcare education, and sustainable infrastructure will become more urgent. AI has the potential to address Africa's unique challenges across several sectors. In agriculture, it can revolutionize farming through predictive analytics for weather, pest control, and crop diseases. It can help farmers make informed decisions, improve yields, and ensure food security despite climate challenges. AI can also optimize irrigation, reduce water waste, and enhance farming efficiency. In education, it can provide personalized learning, adapting to each student's pace and style. In underserved areas, remote areas, AI-powered platform can bridge the educational gap by offering access to quality content regardless of location. In healthcare, AI-powered telemedicine can bring healthcare to remote communities, providing real-time diagnostic, virtual consultation, and personalized care. In regions with limited healthcare infrastructure, AI can enable faster diagnosis and culturally relevant solutions. In the fight against climate change, Africa is highly vulnerable to environmental shifts, such as desertification and floods. AI can develop climate models, early warning system, and resource optimization strategies to mitigate risk and protect ecosystem. It can also help support sustainable practice in agriculture, energy, and waste management, fostering a greener future. While Africa has the opportunity to play a key role in the AI revolution, we must acknowledge the broader global dynamics at play. The United States and China are investing billions in AI, fully aware of its economic and geopolitical significance. The efforts are focused on securing dominance in this transformative field, positioning themselves as global leader. But AI is not just about technology, it is as well about power. In his book, Techno-Feudalism, What Killed Capitalism, Yanis Varoufakis, the former finance minister of Greece, warns of the danger posed by the concentration of power and data in the hands of monopolistic tech firms. He foresees a potential future where technological elite not only governs the creation of advanced tools, but also exerts control over society core structure, ushering in a new era of digital feudalism. This vision is informed by troubling ideologies such as the Dark Enlightenment and TESCREAL, championed by influential Silicon Valley figures like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, which we are all very much involved in the new upcoming American government. This movement advocates for
and understanding who are the other stakeholders and how can maybe now AU achieve is very, very important. So for me, I would say it's very important to have different stakeholders contribute because they bring different expertise, but having a more harmonized approach that involves stakeholders engagement to understand who's working on who and who's working on what and what's the ultimate aim is very, very key, so that then you know whom to contact, so that you just put energies together rather than duplicating efforts.
Thank you for your answer. Maybe the question will be how to proceed. We understand that there are different stakeholders. It's important to understand what each of them is doing or what is their perspective, but how to move towards the harmonization of all this, how?
Yeah, so that's why having stakeholders engagement is very key. First, to profile and say, okay, these are the different stakeholders that are really actively contributing in the AI regulation, policies, frameworks in Africa, and these are the different countries, and this is where they are. So having stakeholders engagement to understand what's happening and how they can support is very, very key. So that if you really have a continental strategy, different stakeholders can come and support at different levels and can support at different parts. For example, with Babla, we're working on the continental strategy. If a really country wants to adopt an AI strategy, does it need to be sectorial or does it to be an overarching strategy? So different stakeholders will actually tell you this is better and maybe this is better. So bringing them different, and you say, can you come up with a sectorial strategy, maybe AI for health strategy for Uganda? Then another stakeholder can come up and say, no, let's have a general structure, and then maybe you could be able to leverage on the different expertise from the different groups.
Thank you. Dr. Baba?
Thank you. I think I'm just building on the great insights that the panelists have said, my colleague panelists. I think that first of all, the space for AI on the continent is big. We can all get a space in there. We don't have to compete for space. There's so much to do when it comes to AI in Africa. I prefer an Africa where there is too many actors in the AI space than an Africa that says no to AI. So currently, even as we are talking about harmonizing policies, I think the progress so far is good. There are so many people, Smart Africa, so many other bodies that have come up with AI strategies. Now that we have this, we are talking about harmonization. One of the major reasons why there has been that idea of a lack of harmonization has been that people are not aware of what is happening in other places. So someone goes to release a strategy not knowing that there's another process that is ongoing, and then that's what is leading to all these conflicts. So for us as ADNF, what we are trying to do is to look at how we can bring together a governance mechanism that makes people, if you want a resource on what is happening in the AI space, you can go in there to reduce duplication, to help you identify the niche that you can contribute to support the discussions around that. I think that would address a lot of these upshoots of so many initiatives and strategies, even within countries. There were some countries that invited us to support them with a national strategy. We get them, realize 2-3 ministries are all developing national strategies. But because they are not talking to each other, they are not aware that they are all in this initiative. So once we are able to showcase or provide a tool that allows people to see what is happening on the continent, it helps to reduce the challenges, and in a way, if you know that this actor is in this space in my country, you can engage them, and in a way we are harmonizing at national levels, moving on to regional levels, and moving on to the continental level.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for your answer, but I was just wondering, now that the African Union as the political leader on the continent has adopted a continental strategy, don't you think that the rest should more or less align? Of course, there have been some work done in the past, but shouldn't they, I want to say, surrender?
Yeah. Well, yes, I think that it's a very positive step that we now have a continental strategy, that we can say that this is where we want to go to as a continent. And it's, I see it more as a foundation than as the top of the act. It's a foundation for where we can move as a continent. The danger of having just one channel for 55 countries is that you have so many other actors that are coming into the room. If you have EU, it's coming in from a different, in terms of the geopolitics of AI, EU is coming in with a different interest. China is coming with a different interest. The other countries are key superpowers of AI are all coming with different interests. If you stick to just one agenda, Africa stands a chance of missing out on it. So let's use our continental strategy as a foundation, not as the arc of where we want to go, and then build on how we can leverage all the interests of the various superpowers to support the continent in achieving its goals.
Thank you for your contribution. I think I'll move to the next. If you would like to add something to what has been said with a country perspective, a member state perspective, on how we can harmonize, align all the work being done currently.
Je vais revenir à ma question tout à l'heure. C'est quand je disais qu'on a besoin d'un envoyé spécial, c'est pour coordonner justement, coordonner l'IA dans chaque pays africain, parce que chaque pays africain, ils ne sont pas au même niveau. Il y a des pays qui sont encore à la traîne. Et je pense qu'on a besoin d'harmonisation, de coordination et de fonds et d'argent. C'est ça que je voulais ajouter. Merci.
Merci. Mais concrètement, comment est-ce que vous pensez qu'une personne va donc coordonner ou harmoniser ce dont on parle? Est-ce que vous pouvez élaborer?
Moi, je donne l'idée. J'ai pas prévu de faire. J'ai pas les détails, mais bon, je pense que l'Union africaine, c'est une grande organisation. Je pense qu'elle peut gérer ça. Il n'y a pas de problème.
Merci. Merci pour votre contribution.
Merci pour votre question.
Pierre, Christophe, something to add before we open the floor?
I mean, I agree with all of the points that was said by my panelists. One thing I would like to say as well in regards to your comment to what I was saying is that I read the white paper, which was produced by the panel, and I think it was very comprehensive, very thorough in its communication. So I think now we're seeing that there's lack of communication amongst different departments, even within country. But I think as well is that how do we engage the civil society in regards to the work that is being done? Because I know many players across the continent, people that are talented, that are kind of raising money often outside of the continent to kind of develop initiative. I have in mind a company called Awari, which is based in Lagos in Nigeria. And so I think there is a lack of visibility for players on the ground to be able to identify what is the vision, what is the strategy, what are the opportunities, the support that is available, in ways that resources can be put together. And the other thing as well I would say is that, because I heard the other panelists was talking about some countries today are utilizing AI. I mean, AI has been in operation for the longest, so this is not something new. But I think the main question is that, are these tools designed by African companies, and are they based on African data to service African specific needs? If what we do is just buying existing tools that are designed outside to utilize them on the continent, I think this is not the solution, and this will not help us get into the strategy that is what we're discussing right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your intervention. I think I'll open the floor to the questions from the participants. I start with you, and then you.
Bonjour.
Please, no, behind.
Thank you very much, panelists. My name is Dr. Martin Koyabe. I do work with the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. I just wanted to make three very significant interventions, and probably the panel might be able to comment on it. We have been working to understand the status of AI within the continent. We've actually seen with progress the AI strategy that the continent has actually established. However, there are specific areas that need to be addressed so that we can have this issue accelerated, especially in the regions and also in the countries. So the first prescription that we see here is to, first of all, encourage countries to establish either a policy or a strategy for AI so that they can be able to align that strategy with the African aspirations. Figures from OECD show that a sixth of 60 countries in the world that have actually established either a policy or a strategy come from Africa. And just to name a few or all, we've got Egypt, Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda, Morocco, Mauritius, South Africa, Tunisia, and Uganda. These are the countries that are recognized outside what we call the continent as countries that have established either a policy or something related to that. So you can see we have a long way to go out of the 55 countries of Africa. So therefore, national establishment of some policy or understanding of AI is necessary. The second issue is the issue of what is it that needs to be discussed and how do we bring the effort that has been done to fruition. The prescription could be that the working group that has been working to look at the implementation plan of AI, of the AI strategy, should be expanded so that it can include regional players, it can include players such as ourselves who have already gathered some experience in specific areas to come and give the impetus and the input that is required so that we can accelerate the adaptability of AI strategies at the continental level. The third issue is the issue around how do we bring together the centers of excellence that are mushrooming around in the continent. It is good to have centers of excellence, but it's also good to have centers of excellence that complement each other rather than duplicating the same area of focus of specialty. There is also the sentiment that there is a need to coordinate all these centers of excellence, bring them together so that they can align what they are actually planning to do going forward in the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Allow me to switch in French in order to allow my francophone community to be part of the debate. So, merci beaucoup pour cette opportunité et merci pour ce panel. Je crois que la situation telle que décrite par notre ami djiboutien et l'intervenant plutôt reflète exactement les difficultés que nous aurons à implémenter une stratégie continentale de l'IA. La première, c'est qu'il y a des initiatives disparates, il n'y a pas de coordination. Que nous entendons que Smart Africa a une initiative, l'Union africaine développe, élabore une stratégie, et au milieu de tout ça, où sont les autres acteurs? Nous avons des banques de développement, nous avons des financiers, mais comment voulez-vous implémenter une stratégie si vous n'avez pas les ressources? Ça fait le premier élément. Le second élément fondamental, c'est l'état actuel, le continental readiness sur l'IA de notre continent, l'état de préparation du continent à adopter l'IA. Nous avons encore une bonne partie de notre population qui n'ont pas accès à Internet, un manque de maturité de nos stratégies nationales. La Convention de Malabo est une illustration des réalités nationales selon lesquelles, quand la stratégie est élaborée au niveau continental par l'Union africaine, elle a de la difficulté à descendre par les mécanismes de ratification dans nos États membres pour que nous ayons une dynamique beaucoup plus inclusive. Absence de coopération régionale sur la question. Et quand j'écoute notre ami Pierre Christopher, mais il faut comprendre que la plupart des modèles actuels de l'IA ne sont pas adaptés à nos réalités africaines. Nous avons besoin d'avoir une coordination globale, si c'est sous l'égide de l'IA, comme l'a dit le monsieur du GFCE, pour que le groupe de travail soit étendu, qu'on ait ceux qui font la promotion de nos politiques publiques, les financiers, ceux qui sont en mesure de faire les investissements utiles dans l'IA, et bien entendu, nos acteurs de la société civile qui vont continuer à éduquer nos populations qui, actuellement, nous n'avons pas assez de talent sur ces nouveaux métiers. Nous avons des consommateurs très peu éduqués. Il y en a même qui sont réfractaires à l'IA. Donc, même les pays que vous avez, disons, présenté, le Rwanda, mais ce sont des écosystèmes qui ont assez de maturité par rapport à l'adoption d'éthique. Donc, ce que je pense au final, c'est qu'il faudrait réfléchir sur la question et savoir que nous ne pouvons pas adopter une technologie où même les réalités réglementaires posent énormément de problèmes parce que c'est une technologie en plein développement. Comment nous allons nous réajuster par rapport à cette problématique? Parce que l'intelligence, elle éprouve notre intelligence humaine, accélère l'obsolescence de nos politiques, de nos lois, de nos stratégies, de notre régulation et même de nos modes de gouvernance. Alors, moi, je pense qu'il faudrait revoir la façon dont ce groupe de travail travaille, réévaluer même comment cette stratégie peut être le plus inclusive possible par rapport à nos États membres. Le Sénégal, en Afrique de l'Ouest, a élaboré une stratégie avec l'appui de certains partenaires au développement. La Côte d'Ivoire, récemment, est en train de lancer une initiative. Il y a des initiatives disparates. Et donc, pour finir, ma seule recommandation, c'est comprendre que science sans conscience n'est que ruine de l'humanité. Je vous remercie.
Merci pour votre intervention, monsieur. Oui, Madame Souila.
Thank you, Christelle. I would start by commending Audanipad for organizing this very important session and also for all progress made in mainstreaming II in key sectors such as health and education. And I want just to highlight that many of the questions that are raised by the participants, the response is in the continental strategy. So the development of the strategy was inclusive and participatory process. So we created a task force that was composed of all AU specialized institutions, regional organizations, and also the members of the working group on II. And we conducted open consultations. We had 4 sessions and we received feedback, very good feedback, as we had very rich discussions, and we incorporated all the perspectives and all the views that we have received. So the continental II strategy is the continental approach, the African continental approach on how to implement and to ensure ethical, responsible, and also beneficial adoption of II across the continent. It identifies the common priorities and also of the continent, and it is our guiding framework for the next 5 years. So the implementation is ongoing. We already developed the implementation plan, and we had a first meeting where we discussed this implementation plan with member states and all regional organizations, and we have received guidance to further work on it. And now we will organize another kind of task force, like where we will elaborate more on each aspect. Just to respond on the question about involving all stakeholders in the task force. So from our side, we plan to have like policy dialogues where we will involve all stakeholders. Like we'll have policy dialogues around each specific area where we have discussions, and from there we will move towards the implementation. As I said, many of the recommendations or the questions that are raised by participants, there are already recommendations on the strategy, like supporting member states to develop national II strategies, coordinating the existing II centers, mapping the existing II solutions, working towards the harmonization, establishing, as Mrs. Barbara said, establishing governance framework mechanism like to guide us in the implementation. As I said, I really commend the progress made, but we are already working all together. Like we are working in collaboration with Audanipad and other regional institutions to make this II a reality in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you for your intervention and comment. Please, sir, maybe the last one.
Merci beaucoup. Yatma Dieye de l'APIX, Agence de la promotion de l'investissement au Sénégal. C'est un sujet extrêmement important. On a parlé de beaucoup d'enjeux que je vais reformuler un peu. Il y a des enjeux techniques, technologiques, des enjeux infrastructurels aussi pour le continent, des enjeux de données qui sont en lien également avec des enjeux d'identité, parce qu'il faut une IA africaine, pas exclusivement en tout cas, mais basée sur les modes et cultures africaines. Il y a des enjeux d'éducation, de formation, de vulgarisation, parce que ça aussi, ce sont des sujets qu'il faut adresser. Des enjeux d'éthique sociétaux également, des enjeux d'interopérabilité, parce que chaque pays est en train de faire son plan, mais finalement, quid de tout cela, comment on va opérer ensemble, mais également des enjeux de régulation, de gouvernance. Je n'ai pas lu la stratégie IA de l'Afrique, mais j'ai quand même quelques questions. C'est surtout le comment, moi, qui m'importe, parce qu'on a parlé de beaucoup d'axes de stratégie, mais le comment est, je pense, plus important. Comment concrètement prendre en charge, adresser ces enjeux? Comment alimenter l'IA en données, concrètement? Parce qu'il y a un déficit de données africaines. Comment on fait? Qui travaille dessus? Ce sont les universitaires, ce sont les... Qui? Comment? Donc ça, c'est important d'aller concrètement droit au but. Comment harmoniser les standards? Est-ce que c'est quelqu'un qui va faire le tour pour discuter, ou bien concrètement, comment on fait pour que cela marche?
comment aller à l'échelle, comment impliquer les populations, parce qu'on a parlé des spécialistes, mais ce n'est pas une affaire de spécialistes, parce que l'usager final, il faut qu'il comprenne de quoi il s'agit. Donc, comment aller en masse vers ces populations pour qu'ils s'approprient ce sujet. Comment également, d'un point de vue sociétal, éviter le piège de la pensée universelle, parce qu'on est quand même dans une forme de standardisation de l'intelligence. Donc, comment également éviter ces biais par rapport à la population, parce que la tendance peut être aller chercher la donnée et récupérer l'information. Si chacun fait pareil dans chaque pays, finalement, l'être humain ne réfléchit plus par lui-même. Et l'enrichissement qu'on peut avoir d'un point de vue sociétal, nous ne l'avons plus. Donc, ce sont des questions, je pense, qu'il faut prendre en charge. Et quel est le niveau d'engagement des pays? Parce que là, tantôt, je pense qu'il y a l'Afrique du Sud qui s'engage à accompagner l'initiative qui est portée et qui a été citée tantôt. Mais quel est le niveau d'engagement des autres pays? Parce que ça ne peut pas être juste une question gérée d'un côté et par les autres. Voilà. Quels sont les États qui s'engagent globalement pour avancer ensemble sur ces questions? J'ai beaucoup de questions, peu de réponses en tout cas. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. I think our panelists have a basket of questions. We can address them all. Oh, maybe one. Okay. Briefly, because we are over our time. Him first and then you, Mr. Lekama.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Donc, je suis Guichard Sangou, le directeur des postes télécommunications et économie numérique à la communauté économique des États de l'Afrique centrale, qui est une CER, communauté économique régionale de l'Union africaine. Donc, c'est vrai que tous les défis ont été soulevés. Je ne vais plus revenir dessus, mais il y a un défi qui est vraiment très majeur, c'est celui de la mise en œuvre. Et la mise en œuvre d'une politique continentale ne peut se faire au niveau des États sans passer par les communautés économiques régionales. L'expérience de la Convention, je l'ai dit hier à un panel, c'est que l'objectif n'est pas que d'élaborer les stratégies, les politiques ou les documents communautaires, mais il faudrait qu'on puisse accompagner les États dans le processus d'appropriation. Surtout là, nous sommes dans un secteur qui est nouveau, où il y a un problème de connaissance, d'appropriation qui se pose. Et de ces nouvelles technologies, aujourd'hui on parle de l'intelligence artificielle, mais il y en a plusieurs. Ces nouvelles technologies nous obligent à anticiper sur une nouvelle forme de réglementation. Parce que la réglementation classique, qui aujourd'hui, pour ne parler que de la région Afrique centrale, la majorité des États utilisent une réglementation classique qui n'est pas collaborative. Or, les nouvelles technologies nous exigent d'intégrer une nouvelle forme de collaboration, et ça, il faudrait que des actions puissent être menées de suite. Parce que à quoi servira une politique nationale sur l'intelligence artificielle si la réglementation n'est pas là pour encadrer les utilisateurs, Donc, je pense qu'il faudrait que nous puissions mener les réflexions. Moi, j'appuie le délégué du Djibouti, ce qu'il a dit. Trouver un champion, c'est bien, mais la coordination doit se faire avec les CER qui sont plus proches des États membres et avec toutes les parties prenantes. Voilà, merci.
Merci. Yes, Director.
Merci beaucoup, Christelle. Je suis désolé, je suis venu en retard au débat, mais j'aimerais plutôt relever pas des questionnements, oui, des interrogations, spécialement pour les participants qui ont posé des questions sur, premièrement, l'inclusivité de la stratégie, et puis ensuite l'effectivité. Par exemple, le dernier participant parle d'une stratégie. Oui, mais il faut impliquer. Mais moi, j'ai bien aimé la réponse de Dr Barbara tout à l'heure. Il y a de l'espace quasiment pour tout ce qu'on veut dans le domaine des intelligences artificielles en Afrique. Et la stratégie qui a été définie par l'Union africaine n'est pas une stratégie qui enferme. En réalité, c'est c'est beaucoup plus une espèce de page de recettes, de recommandations pour dire aux États, aux communautés économiques régionales et à l'ensemble des parties prenantes que si nous voulons accélérer notre intégration et si nous voulons devenir des acteurs de l'intelligence artificielle et éviter de rester des consommateurs comme on l'a toujours été, par exemple sur tout ce qui est digital aujourd'hui, pour éviter, pour faire en sorte que nous ne manquions pas le rendez-vous, justement, parce qu'il s'agit d'un rendez-vous cette fois-ci, eh bien, voilà là où il faut investir. Ça, c'est la première chose. Il faut investir, évidemment, dans les infrastructures, c'est-à-dire l'énergie. Il faut investir dans les infrastructures de connectivité. Il faut investir, comment dire, aussi dans l'éducation, dans la recherche scientifique. Il faut investir pour faire en sorte que nous puissions avoir un maximum d'ingénieurs en si peu de temps. Mais il ne faut pas non plus oublier surtout la dimension sécurité et la dimension éthique. Mais j'ai aussi souvent l'impression, malheureusement, que nous parlons beaucoup plus de la dimension sécurité en Afrique et de la dimension éthique, ce qui n'est pas mal, que de ce qu'il faut faire en termes d'investissement au niveau de chaque pays et au niveau de notre continent. Si vous lisez bien la stratégie, j'ai relevé quelques points ici. Par exemple, quand on parle d'établir des centres d'excellence, l'idée n'est pas d'établir des centres d'excellence pour pouvoir les coordonner, mais soutenir la création des centres d'excellence, que ce soit au niveau des pays, au niveau des régions, voire au niveau de chaque préfecture dans un pays. Nous, ça ne nous gêne pas. Je pense que le maximum de centres d'excellence on aura, mieux on se portera. Il ne faut pas qu'on réfléchisse en termes de où et. En termes de où, c'est-à-dire c'est ça ou c'est ça. Non, ça doit être ça et ça et ça et ça à la fois. On peut avoir des centres d'excellence dans les préfectures, dans les pays, dans les régions et au niveau continental. Autant de centres d'excellence. Maintenant, évidemment, il y aura toujours des gens qui vont dire oui, mais ils ne sont pas coordonnés. On n'a pas besoin de coordonner. Ce qu'on doit plutôt essayer de coordonner, c'est comment faire pour qu'on puisse les financer tous ensemble. Parce que souvent, quand on parle de coordination, c'est à cause de la rareté de la ressource financière. Donc, mais il faut aussi savoir que l'intelligence artificielle, c'est un domaine d'ingénieur, c'est un domaine de recherche scientifique, et c'est un domaine où la compétition doit prévaloir. Et donc, les meilleurs doivent pouvoir obtenir les meilleurs financements. C'est comme ça que ça doit marcher. Autre chose, je vais finir, hein, Christelle, juste rapidement. Moi, ce qui m'inquiète davantage, et qui doit aussi nous préoccuper, hein, ça c'est sur les questions de sécurité, je pense que nous devons effectivement investir, nous devons faire en sorte que nous puissions avoir le maximum d'ingénieurs. Je pense que c'est le point le plus critique, le maximum de chercheurs, de scientifiques. Autrement dit, dans quelques années, on va se retrouver à être juste des consommateurs de ce qui aura été produit ailleurs, et on va se retrouver en train de bavarder en disant oui, mais l'intelligence artificielle, elle est biaisée. Mais parce que nous, on n'a pas formé nos ingénieurs pour pouvoir faire des intelligences artificielles qui soient à notre image. Ça, c'est un. Le deuxième aspect, c'est beaucoup plus l'aspect sécuritaire. Et pour moi, ça, c'est important, l'aspect sécuritaire. Aujourd'hui, l'intelligence artificielle, c'est comme, vous savez, la bombe atomique, tout le monde fait la comparaison. C'est pas tout le monde qui peut la construire parce que les intrants coûtent cher. Effectivement, c'est polluant, c'est dangereux. Mais on peut construire ce qu'on veut avec son téléphone aujourd'hui. Donc, comment faire en sorte que cette utilisation puisse être sécurisée, spécialement chez nous, dans tous les domaines de la vie. Je pense que ça, c'est une discussion qui est importante, qui doit avoir lieu, et c'est là où l'harmonisation est importante. L'harmonisation des politiques publiques, l'harmonisation réglementaire est importante. Mais pour la partie amont, je pense qu'on doit plutôt encourager les gens à avoir autant de centres d'excellence, autant de choses qu'ils veulent. Ça, c'est important. Sinon, on risque de nous enfermer nous-mêmes dans une démarche politico-institutionnelle, dans une démarche purement administrativo-institutionnelle, et nous allons rater le coche. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Director. Thank you. Mr. Ricardo, the last one, very briefly, because we are way over our time.
Thank you. I think mine really is just to re-echo through Dr. Barbara the issue of centers of excellence, which are so fragmented. I think it's important that maybe we reach a stage where we have centers of excellence, maybe at regional level, because that way, one, we're not competing. We are bringing knowledge together instead of having every other country wanting to have a center of excellence. So I'd like to record that maybe we can push it through AU.
Thank you. I think the intervention of Dr. Martin was important when he said they have to be complementary. This can be, we can have them at every corner, but if they're complementary, it won't hurt, I believe. So maybe I'll shortly come back to the panelists if you want to have a very quick comment, and at the same time it will be your closing remarks because we are way over time for the session. Dr. Waswa, would you like to start? Or maybe we start online with Dr. Ndiaye?
Yes, thank you. I will switch in French to do my final comment. Effectivement, je pense que ce qu'on a dit tous ensemble est très important, c'est-à-dire que le plus important, c'est de dire que il faut surtout pas essayer de coordonner, il faut libérer les énergies et laisser en fait les différentes initiatives qui se développer. Parce que il y a beaucoup de choses qui se font et il y a un gap énorme entre les acteurs du terrain qui font de l'IA et qui travaillent dans le domaine de l'IA et souvent même à un niveau international, et les politiques qui veulent coordonner en fait quoi la vision quoi de l'IA et essayer de coordonner quoi, mais tout ça il risque d'être impossible. Mais par contre, ce qui est intéressant, puisqu'on a une stratégie au niveau africain, la meilleure des choses, à mon avis, est d'avoir un cadre de suivi de toutes ces initiatives-là pour voir comment la stratégie est réalisée et avoir ce suivi-là qui se fait. Et ce qu'il faut savoir, en fait, c'est dans ce cadre-là, essayer d'organiser quoi, la collaboration entre ces différentes initiatives-là au niveau national. Quelles sont les choses qui nécessiteraient un appui pour que ce soit coordonné au niveau régional, mais par exemple quoi, le partage quoi, des infrastructures et autres, et quelles sont les initiatives à porter au niveau continental. Mais par exemple, tout ce qui est cadre de régulation qui nous permettrait de protéger quoi, l'Afrique, ça, je pense que ça pourrait se faire au niveau continental. Mais l'élément crucial qu'il ne faut pas oublier, c'est quelle est la place de l'Afrique par rapport au monde, c'est-à-dire organiser une vraie présence quoi, de l'Afrique au niveau des discussions au niveau international pour pouvoir aider en fait toutes ces dynamiques-là qui se font au niveau quoi, des différentes quoi, mes régions en Afrique. Et il faut être sûr, hein, on a eu pas mal quoi, de discussions et je connais un peu ce qui se fait, mais il faut être sûr que l'IA est existant au niveau africain. Et il y a beaucoup d'initiatives qui sont de niveau international et qu'il faudrait quoi, magnifier. Donc, parler de coordonner toutes ces activités-là, pour moi, c'est impossible, mais il faut avoir un suivi et il faut voir quelles sont les choses à booster. Mais par rapport au financement, il y a pas mal de financement en Afrique déjà, dans le domaine quoi, de l'IA. Et il faut démarrer les choses et il faut voir ce qui se fait au lieu de dire qu'il faut attendre les financements quoi, mais pour pouvoir mettre en œuvre quoi, la stratégie. La stratégie est déjà en train d'être mise en œuvre par des communautés au niveau local. Il faut voir ce qui est fait et capitaliser en fait dans le cadre quoi, de l'implémentation au niveau panafricain. Merci.
Merci infiniment, Dr. Ndiaye. In 1 minute, Dr. Waswa.
want to thank everyone for really the contributions, and I thank the panel members. In summary, I think we are already there. We are already in the AI scope space, and we just need to adopt and make sure that you can move it to the next level. However, there's really a need to adopt the digital tools to promote what we are really doing. There's really a need for a digital platform where we could disseminate a lot of this information, disseminate a lot of AI initiatives, disseminate a lot of AI products that are actually being developed in Africa, are being used in Africa. And also there's a need for digital tools to help countries assess their readiness to really uptake these emerging technologies. For example, if you have a tool that a country can use to actually assess if they are really ready to adopt any of these technologies, that would be very, very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Waswa. Dr. Glover.
Thank you very much. So thank you for the great comments and the questions. I think they're very, very important, and I'm really happy that this dialogue happened. Just to pick on a few of them. So there was one on how we can measure the readiness of countries for adoption of AI. This is something that we have actually been working on. We have a system that we use to measure the level of investments that countries make in innovation across the continent. We've been measuring this for the past 8 or so years and releasing what we call the African Innovation Outlook. So we are going to leverage that platform to measure, together with our organ in Malabo, how countries are getting ready for AI. We want to also define indicators or matrices that are unique to the African continent. We know that there is a global readiness index, but we also understand that there are certain unique indicators on the continent that we need to look at. And so we will be culturing that global readiness index to factor in one for Africa. And we hope by the next dialogue next year, we'll be showcasing that readiness index and what the outcomes have been. On the engagement with the RECs, yes, this is also something we are really actively working on. We actually have a lineup of regional REC dialogues for next year that we are engaging with all the RECs. We'll be announcing that by the end of this year to engage them on the continental strategy and get their perspectives on it, and also their inputs into the ongoing process. And the Centers of Excellence comment is also very well noted. I think it's important that it complements and also that it's established at the regional levels. We've done that with our health regulatory systems, with our RCORS, which have complementary regional centers of excellence. So we're just going to model that as well and do that for artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rashid. Do you have something to add?
Merci. Moi, je vais conclure. Je vais revenir sur la mise en œuvre de la stratégie. Je pense qu'il faudrait laisser chaque pays à son rythme et les encourager surtout à faire leur processus sur l'intelligence artificielle et trouver aussi, bon, c'est pour revenir encore au financement, par exemple, sur les startups et les talents africains. Malheureusement, les talents africains ils partent, ils ne restent pas en Afrique. Moi, j'ai récemment participé à une conférence. Il y avait 3 représentants des grandes organisations comme les GAFA, qui représentaient les GAFA dans la conférence, et tous les 3 étaient africains, c'était formés en Afrique, mais qui sont partis à l'étranger. C'est ça que maintenant, il faut qu'on fasse tout pour garder nos talents et les encourager. Voilà.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Idriss.
Thank you as well, I would say, to AUD and NEPAD for organizing this very important conversation. What I would say, going back to the point of communication, some of the questions that came from the participants were very sound and very important. And I think it's unfortunate because after having read some of the work that has been done by AUD and NEPAD, a lot of these questions have been addressed. And so I think that focus should be made in really making sure that the work that you do is disseminated so that members are able to actually take knowledge of it and actually build upon it. So I think going back to the issue of communication, I think is very important. The other thing as well that one panelist was talking about was the fact that these technologies are new. And so there is a capacity building that is required for people to be able to join in the conversation and being able to be of value. And again, I think that the white paper that was done was very comprehensive in really setting the foundation and very much articulating very clear strategies and trajectories that Africa could follow for strategy. The other thing as well I would say is that one of the panelists was talking about the fact that each country, I mean, a few as well, each country should be able to adopt its own policy and actually move at its own pace. But the main issue that you have when it comes to AI is data. And right now, Africans obviously producing data, and this data are being exploited by others. So when we talk about policy in regards to data, obviously when you speak about, and there's the issue of infrastructure, about building a data center on the African continent that enable us to be able to use and exploit our own data. But as well, we need to be able to protect our data so that it is not taken advantage or exploited by others and not by us. So that conversation is something that cannot just be done by one country, but that has to be done as a transcontinental level. So that requires each African country to be in connection with each other. And then there was a question in regards to infrastructure, which I had some question with Amin. And I know that this is something that is being discussed and that is part of the strategy. And so that's something as well that can be done only obviously countries can have their own initiatives, but for this to be able to work across the continent, it has to be a collective exercise. So the last thing I will say to me, I think, is very much about transparency in regards to the work that is already done, because I think the work that is done is actually very valuable. Many talents, namely from Nigerians that I meet in Harvard and MIT, that are trained, started their education in Nigeria, but eventually move outside and start being recruited, hired by Google and the big Afra companies. So it's very important.
Thank you so much for your last comment, which is also which is helping us to close the session. I would like to thank you very much, my distinguished panelists. Thank you for making it here. I would like to thank Mr. Ndiaye online, Dr. Ndiaye online, for his patience and for contributing to the conversation. And then lastly, I would like to thank all the participants. Your questions have made the discussion alive. We have taken note of the questions and the recommendation. Is an ongoing conversation, is just the beginning of a work that has started, and we hope to come back to show the progress. To that, we will close the session, the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, bye.
Yeah, done.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone. The next session, which will be starting in a few moments, is Fostering Youth and MSME Participation in Infrastructure Delivery. Those of you who would like to participate in this session, we welcome you to remain seated and hope that we can have an engaging discussion. Thank you. That is Fostering Youth and MSME Participation in Infrastructure Delivery, starting shortly. Thank you.
There is a session starting now.
Hello, can I ask those of you who are remaining behind for this session on how to foster youth and MSME participation in infrastructure delivery to please have your seats so we can go ahead and get started. The rest of you, I invite you to please leave. Mesdames et messieurs, on est au point de commencer la session. Comment est-ce qu'on peut renforcer la participation des jeunes et des MPME dans la prestation des infrastructures? Est-ce que vous pouvez vous asseoir? Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Simba Chitapi. I am with GIZ Support to PIDA. The session that is starting right now is a session on how to foster youth and MSME participation in infrastructure delivery. The concept around this session is to be a little bit of a brainstorming session, so we would also really encourage you to engage with us, the panelists, in the session as well. The session comes from the theme of the PIDA Week for this year, which is fostering resilient and inclusive infrastructure for Africa's sustainable development. And in that context, we are looking at how can we include some of the smaller participants in the youth and in the SMEs, which we'll see later are small in power, although not in number. With me today to support this discussion, I have 5 fantastic panelists from various parts of society. And I will introduce me a bit, and can I ask the technical team to come from Awofala from the African Capitalist. Next to him is Makosa Zane Lutuli from Allegro Enterprises. Next to her is Chipili Rosaka of the African Union Development Agency, AUDA NEPAD. Next to him is Dr. Raisa Adaalogo from the AUC. And last but not least, we have Rosemary Amondi of the Aspen Network for Development Entrepreneurs, more commonly known as ANDI. And so, just a couple of rules of engagement, as it were. I invite the panelists to complement and challenge each other. I also encourage them to keep their responses as crisp as possible. So definitely no longer than 5 minutes. I will cut you off, but ideally in the 2 to 3 minute range. And as a starting point, I would also just invite the panelists to please, again, in fact, we'll start on the other side now. If you could please give us your name, your role, and in a very short summary of what it is you and your institution are about. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Simba. It's so great to be here. So my name, as Simba just said, is Rosemary Amondi. I'm with the Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs, also fondly known as ANDI in some circles. And ANDI is really a global network of organizations that support entrepreneurship in developing countries. We have a membership of 200 strong, which is a composition of financial service providers, non-financial service providers, DFIs, and what brings us together is this belief and this ideal that small and growing businesses represent the best pathway to get our communities, our countries out of poverty through the solutions and services that they provide. So our network really works to support what we characterize as small and growing businesses. In Africa, we are present in East Africa, West Africa, covering different countries in West Africa, covering different countries in South Africa, with headquarters within the African continent based out of Nairobi. We've got people in Accra, we've got people in Lagos, and we've got people in Johannesburg. It's great to be here.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you for giving me the floor. My name is Dr. Raissa Adalogo. I'm working at the African Union Commission. I'm Senior Policy Officer working specifically on transport. How can I make the link with the specific topic? Indeed, we at the African Union Commission, there is a dedicated directorate working on issues related to youth and also to SMEs, and I'm very glad to see how we can provide support in this specific topic. And I'm glad because young are very important and critical for driving this continent. So I don't know if there is more to say. We are leading the PIDA because I'm part of Infrastructure and Energy Department, which means that we are in. So welcome to the African Union Commission. I hope you enjoy the countries and also enjoy the headquarters. You are at home. Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Chibiro Saka. I'm a program officer at AID. My sole responsibility is developing and implementing initiatives in terms of small-scale businesses that are led by young people, young women, explicitly in the PIDA project, the Continental System Master Plan, and the African Free Electricity Market. I think for the past 2-3 days, from Monday until to today, there's been a whole lot of the talk in terms of what PIDA is and where does PIDA come from, the whole coming from this, where they talk of the African single market, where they talk of the corridors. But now the challenge is, when this message is actually being disseminated, it's full of the jargons and full of the context that young people don't actually understand. And then now, the youth, they're actually sitting back and say, look, yes, we hear you, but no, we don't hear you. So this panel is actually precisely here to unlock that social okay, from all these data centers that you're talking about, from all these corridors that you're talking about, from all these cyber security that you're talking about, how do we feature in? How should we actually participate in all these engagements? So I'm glad that we're here to actually discuss with the young people, and I'm looking forward to this conversation. It should be more of an interactive conversation. We hear from you, we hear from us, and then come up with initiatives that we could actually work together and unlock the opportunities that are within the PIDA projects. So I say welcome you all. Thank you.
My name is Makosazana Lutuli. I am the founder and CEO of Allegro Enterprises. Allegro is a professional services consulting business. We're based in Johannesburg as well as in Kigali, looking after East Africa and Southern Africa. As for me personally, I am a chartered accountant by profession for my sins, but I wear many hats. I am also a beekeeper and a farmer, but my favorite hat is I'm an entrepreneur. So I work with businesses. Some are youth-owned businesses. I'm also youth, and so I'm looking forward to maybe giving some of you a bit of a hard time, but more importantly, hopefully opening up the conversation around what are the challenges, but also what are the solutions. So not just talking, but actually finding meaningful ways forward after this session. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Femi Aufala. From Lagos, Nigeria. I am founder of the African Catalyst, and I'm thankful to be here today to tell you more about what the African Catalyst is doing with respect to young people and also to MSMEs. The African Catalyst inaugurated and started last year the first Young African Leaders in Infrastructure Fellowship Program, Whether you're a young graduate or you're fresh from university, we explain to you what it takes to make an infrastructure project work, how is it financed, and how is it implemented. And in this panel, I'll be able to share a lot more about what we're doing with respect to young people and making them, be part of the infrastructure ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you to the panelists for introducing themselves. And now I'd like you to introduce, sort of qualify as youth in the room. If you could just raise your hand. I'm thinking 15 to 34. Okay. And then how many of the people in the room here are business owners, specifically small business owners? If you could just raise your hands of those categories. That's very, very useful. Thank you. To begin with, opportunity development space in the context of PIDA.
Thank you, moderator, for the question. It's not easy. I think we are still young, huh? I can say like that, but I'm very glad to debate about this topic because let me be more pragmatic. When I joined the Commission in 2017, since that period I've trained almost, let's say, 6 young Africans, and I'm very proud of that one. Because it means that I really want to, some of them, they have very good position now. One of them is working with the AFCFTA, which means that there is a potential in Africa. From the AU perspective, as you know, I'm not the department in charge of youth and SMEs. We have a dedicated department called a team, which is in charge of developing the strategy on SMEs, and there is another directorate responsible for the youth. So, how many of you are aware about the Young Professional Program? I think everybody is aware. Maybe in this room we have some of you being part of this specific program, which was launched in 2010 by the African Union Commission. What was the objective of this specific program? The program was to recruit, to train, and to deploy among different institutions within the Commission or outside the Commission. The good thing is, we can have the youth for, let's say, 12 months, which is very important. But at the final stage, we are facing some challenges. Some of them, after the program, they are not able to be returned by the institutions. Maybe they have to go back home, and sometimes it's quite difficult. I think the Commission is improving. We can at least applaud for what we are doing, because I don't know if there is any other Pan-African institutions developing this kind of strategy to try to train a lot of young Africans coming from different regions of the continent. So this is one of the key strategy we have regarding the youth. Specifically, there is also the youth developing the youth action plan. Regarding the the SMEs, as I know from the experience of this department, I know that the strategy has been developed to be more competitive, to be more diversified, and to be sustainable. What is the objective? To at least promote dynamic entrepreneurship, like some of you here sitting in this meeting room, and also to promote industrial sectors. What is the objective? One is to generate employment. We have more than 400 million of youth in our continent, from, let's say, 18 or 15 to 35, which means that our continent is very young. How can we reduce the poverty? This is a very difficult question. In the meantime, this project also is to foster social inclusion. I think for the time being, this is what I can share and also to encourage more youth to be engaged within the Commission. Actually, I have one of my young, she's my intern.
Thank you, Dr. Raisa. Chibiliro, can I ask you the same question, please, but this time from the angle of the African Union Development Agency, which is more on the implementation level. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, the moderator. I think from the context of the the aid and EPAD. There's been a number of initiatives that the aid and EPAD is actually doing in terms of youth and actually unveiling opportunities to the young people. But now drill down specifically to the context of the PIDA. As you've been listening to the conversation from Monday, PIDA is a framework, is an AU framework that has got portfolios of 69 projects from the different spectrum, ICT, water, transport, and energy. So the first thing that PIDA that is actually allowing, unveiling to the young people is access of innovation and actually entrepreneurship. So what is it that I'm trying to say when I'm talking about it unveils the opportunity of innovation and entrepreneurship? Within the PIDA spectrum, we've been having the conversation that, look, some of these projects are not moving from one stage to the stage of the bankability, whereby we actually want actually to bring the investors within the space to actually invest in those projects and actually do the actual implementation. So we're looking at two things. The first element that we're looking at, okay, what is it that is actually blocking these projects actually to move on? And how does actually youth participate to unblock these kind of the challenges? So we've looked at the strategies that we have. We have the AU strategy on SMEs, we have the AU strategy on AI, then we have the AU strategy on industrialization, then we have the Continental System Master Plan, the African single market. So we're looking at how do we bring in the innovation within the PIDA space. So the innovation that we're talking about the emerging technologies. How do you bring AI within that, the PIDA context? So looking at the demography and looking at the dividend of the African continent. African continent is full of the youth. And the youth, these are tech savers. So how do we bring in emerging technologies in terms of the AI within the PIDA space? So that's the first element that we're trying to actually unveil to the young people. So we're bringing technology within the PIDA space. Now, once we bring the technology within the PIDA space, what we're trying to do is we're actually unlocking the entrepreneurship. And a big chunk of 80% of the African continent is SMEs. So first thing is unveiling innovation, then is unveiling entrepreneurship. The second thing is, from the PIDA concept, context, we also encourage what we call it mentorship programs in terms of the capacity building. We've got that, we've done that. We've done that under the PIDA over the Energize Africa, which is looking at how do we bring young people within the public sector space. The third element that we're bringing in is definitely the access to the market. Because if you look at the conversation that is happening across the continent is SMEs dive before they mature within a period of 1 to 3 years. One of the things that actually kills those SMEs is access to access to funding, then access to the market. So PIDA is already having a market. So we're doing a bit of a reverse engineering and say, look, we've got 69 projects that are actually across the whole spectrum of the sectors and across the continent. Why don't we use the same PIDA to unlock those kind of opportunities? So, okay, fine. Look, young people, here are the opportunities. Here's the corridor in East Africa, the lab set. How do you see yourself actually participating in that corridor? Then we go to West Africa and say, look, here we have the Lagos-Abidjan corridor. How do you see yourself actually participating in that kind of the opportunities? Then we go to SADC, we look and say, okay, there's a SADC data center here. How do you see yourself actually fitting into that? Then let's go to the Continental Systems Master Plan, where he's talking about transmission and distribution. Then we're talking about opening up the African market and then the Green Innovation Hub. So there's that kind of an opportunity that young people could actually tap into. But now the question is, are we late? I don't think so. This is the right time that we need actually to have this kind of conversation, because the Gen Z is actually frustrated. It's a time that we need actually to bring the Gen Z to have a meaningful conversation into the development of the African continent in the context of the infrastructure. If we are to see the Africa that we want, that is having actually the world-class infrastructure that we want, we need to start engaging the young Gen Z. So there's a whole lot of opportunity that actually PIDA is actually unveiling to the young people, and I'm ready to actually engage with the young people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, GP Lero. And I think that's an important point you make, both you and Raisa, because yesterday we had a discussion somewhere in the corridors, and someone was saying that they said they were here to discuss SMEs, and the reaction from the interlocutor was no, I'm here for infrastructure. So there's this underlying assumption that, you know, an MSME or a youth person cannot participate in the infrastructure value system. And I'm glad to hear that the AUC system is trying to find ways of demystifying these projects and introducing the MSMEs into that ecosystem. So thanks for that reaction. I have a very pragmatic question to you, Chippy, which you can come back to later, but that is, you mentioned sort of trying to link up these SMEs and asking them how do they see themselves in the particular projects. My very pragmatic question is, how do they do that? You know, do they go to www.chipiliro.com? or you know, that's what I mean. So I will, I'll let you mull on that question for some time. And I just want to get a sense again in the room, is there anyone here who has benefited directly from any of these AUDA NEPAD programs or YPP that has been mentioned? I'm interested to know. If you could just raise your hand. Huh. Okay. I'm going to ask you to tell us a little bit about that at some point, so thank you. All right. I'm going to move to Rosemary, and the reason I'm moving to you, Rosemary, is we've sort of got this institutional view from the African Union system, and you as Andy are sort of a network of organizations as well, and I'd like to get a sense from you, what do you think the value of, or rather, how do you think the AU system can partner better with organizations like Andy to unlock the potential of some of your member institutions?
Thank you very much, Simba. And when you were asking about the two categories of people in the room, I missed mine. I am young at heart. I'm not in that age bracket, so I felt not included in that question. No, but thanks so much. Yeah, so one of the ways in which I think the African Union and the great work that is already happening, that Dr. Raisa mentioned, Chipiliro just pointed out within NEPAD, I think is already happening in the convening that we're having today. So being able to, you know, to sit in a conversation in PIDA week where we're talking about engaging youth and SMEs in infrastructure development, using its convening power, I think is you know, it looks simple, but I think it's the starting point. So really utilizing the convening power of the African Union, and Chipiliro outlined several different strategies that have already been developed. So for example, the AU SME strategy, the industrialization strategy, the AI strategy. At country level, there is very little awareness beyond public sector as to the existence of this strategy, but also how we can leverage and tap into these strategies. And I'm saying this very much also from a private sector lens. So, for example, the SME strategy, if you go to different countries, there are already different organizations that are working on different strategies, but we're not referencing the AU SME strategies. So that engagement in terms of convening and working towards coordinating and bringing partners together, for example, within Andy, you will find investors. So if you are looking to then speak to investors and engage investors around this strategy, in three perspectives, just, you know, in the conversation that we are having, just to kind of highlight how we, you know, how we are looking at this. So number one is we need to, governments, I think, need to prioritize SMEs and young people when thinking about infrastructure delivery and development. As a productive sector, then that can create business opportunities and jobs, not just jobs, but good quality jobs. Whenever we have convenings about infrastructure, whether it's at the local level, country level, we don't engage in the context of how does this trickle down to SMEs. So I think this thinking should then cascade both through our network, but also through the different governments in terms of prioritizing this, because we know our governments listen to the language of jobs. So we have thought of the kind of jobs or the kind of opportunities more further downstream in terms of construction, for example, but we need to look at all the opportunities in terms of good quality jobs that can emanate from that. Then secondly is the issue of risk.
Buzz, can I ask you just to name numbers 2 and 3, and then maybe you can expand on them?
Fantastic. So adopting a risk perspective when thinking about young people and small businesses. So we had a conversation yesterday when I was saying that every election cycle we see infrastructure, railways being damaged. Why? Because the youth and the small businesses or the communities do not see themselves as part of those projects. They're not opportunities that have been provided to them. So when we invest with a risk lens into young people and SMEs, then that means that they're also invested in the sustainability of the projects themselves, and we don't turn against those projects. And then lastly, I think which will come through is just the issue of partnership and coordination, which I think has been flowing through the other conversations that we've been having, and the issue of policy coherence. So how does the industrialization strategy speak to the SME strategy, speak to our national agendas around green energy projects? So how do all these strategies speak to each other? So again, that convening power in terms of bringing together the different actors and working with networks such as ANDI, but also business support organizations, the chambers, the associations, and so on.
Thanks, Rosemary, for that intervention, and that last one, the second one around the risk perspective, I actually found particularly interesting. How thinking of this involvement of youth and SMEs as a risk mitigation strategy, and we've seen on the continent how when particularly young people feel disenfranchised, they let it be known to the powers that be. And so I think that's a very good and important point that you make there. So now I would like to come to you, Makosazane, and ask you from a private sector perspective, what are some of the things that you'd like to see both at a sort of a local government level being done, maybe in the policy domain, and in the support domain, like by institutions, maybe on the local level, similar to the AUD and NEPAD, but also at the continental level? What are some of those initiatives and policy levers that you would like to see from that private sector perspective?
Thanks, Simba. So I think I'll start with maybe some of the more pervasive issues across both at a local level and even at a continental level. So I think the biggest challenge or the biggest issue that I find is a dissonance when we talk about infrastructure and we talk about SMEs. So you already spoke about it, that even in just telling people I'm here to talk about SMEs and infrastructure, it's like, what do you mean? How do those two things connect? Like, infrastructure is big. Why are you telling me about small business? How do those two things connect? So that dissonance is really one of the biggest problems. People don't understand or see the bigger picture of how we include SMEs, and yet we're in a conference that's talking about inclusivity. And I think that the second most problematic one is a very siloed approach to how these things connect, and our colleagues have already started talking about the interconnectedness of these variables. But even if we just look at, just in this week, this is a continent where the median age is 21. Some reports will say 19. So we're looking at between 19 and 21 as the median age. But when we're having these discussions, whether it's at a policy level for the continent or even at a national level, how many 20-something-year-olds have you seen walking around here? So already there is that exclusion. And my question becomes, well, is that sustainable? So how is it that we've got a continent that's so young and decisions are being made for these people who don't have a seat at the table? So I think that's really something that's quite concerning to me and a big hindrance in terms of how we move this conversation forward. But to come to your question, maybe to answer you more directly, what are the things that I would like to see? I think there's two big ones. Chippy Lero has already expressed them to some extent. You spoke, Chippy Lero, about access to market and access to finance. And overwhelmingly, this is what I see, not just in my own business, but even in my own life. So when we look at, for instance, access to market, how are procurement documents written? They might say, we want this, the service provider should have 10 years experience doing this service at this level. How are you going to get young people to, what young business has 10 years experience doing that service? I mean, we must be honest. It's the truth. So I think that's a big one. So how are we looking at procurement? How do we actually make sure that we are setting it up such that there is space for youth owned businesses or for smaller businesses to come in? And we're not saying give the small business the contract to build the whole airport. No, but we've got to be innovative about how we approach some of these things if we're going to solve the problem. So I think access to market is the big one. And then obviously access to finance. So again, if I want to get a contract, for instance, to supply product to a big supermarket, they might say to me, this is the minimum volume you need to be able to supply. Now, how do I meet that volume? Okay, I might need to invest and get some capex, get some machines to increase my ability to produce at a certain level. So I might go to a bank or a funder and say, can you give me X amount of money? I need a loan or something, you know, to be able to invest and to scale up my business. And they might say, okay, great. What assets do you have for security? How many young people do you know who have inherited wealth from their parents? I'm from South Africa. There was something called apartheid. Our parents know us. So what assets am I going to pledge as security? So how do I access the capital to be able to scale my business? So, and that's another structural issue, is what are the instruments that we are creating to be able to fund those businesses to be able to expand? And I'm not saying everything must be free, but again, we need to have some innovation, some fresh thinking around how we really solve these problems, or we're just going to repeat the past 30 years for another 30 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Makosazane, and thank you to whomever it was who encouraged her suggestion around that innovative procurement approaches. And this point around collateral is also one that I find interesting, and access to finance, because in the other discussions we've been hearing a lot about innovative financial models and innovative approaches to financing. And Rosemary, you touched on it just now when you said also adopt a risk perspective. I would have added to it, perhaps you did and I missed it, the notion of the notion of risk guarantees, but specifically for SMEs and specifically in the domain of infrastructure, is something that perhaps the African Union structures should look into supporting more determinedly. Thank you for that. And for this first round of questions, last but not least, Femi from the African Catalyst. So Makosazane touched on the notion of local content, and how this is the kind of thing that should find itself more prominently in procurement for projects. But what do you think might be things, or what are some of the factors that might be limiting the willingness of member states and project owners to be more open to how much local content they invite to participate in the projects? What are some of those limitations, and perhaps how could those be overcome?
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you for all your comments and contributions. I would like to just put it in two ways. And I don't want to break your heart, but MSMEs from an infrastructure transactional relationship may not be able to participate. One is because they may not have the ability to guarantee their own obligations, right? So when you tell an MSME to build you a factory, the project owner may want to deal with the large-scale Fortune 500 organizations. But here's the trick here. MSMEs need to start thinking about forming cooperatives. And the essence of cooperatives allows you to be involved in transaction projects in two ways. One, under the supplier development route, either you a cooperative, you are into steel fabrication, you are into labor, provision of manpower and labor, you can always, as a cooperative, have this kind of credit guarantee that surrounds your obligations. The second part is to actually become a more involved counterparty in an infrastructure transaction. Pick, for example, the Lagos-Abidjan corridor, right? You will see that there are probably free trade zones, there are probably agro parks, and a number of things. But if we are a group of young-scale farmers and we are involved in rice production, and all we're looking for is a rice processing mill. But if I go as Mr. A or Mr. B, I go to a rice processing mill developer, he probably will not take me seriously. But if we go as the young or the association of, or a cooperative of rice farmers made up of over 400 and we control over 2,000 hectares of land, and we decide to incorporate that cooperative, we go to a bank will definitely want to give us some level of credit enhancement to say, okay, you know what, these guys have agreed to supply you rice, you go build the rice processing mill, and don't worry, they will continue to supply the rice and they will meet their obligations. So we need to strengthen the credit enhance or the credit capability of SMEs by allowing them to come into different cooperatives within their own sphere of influence. Another key area is junior mining or small-scale mining. You have various miners scattered all over Africa. A number of your free trade zones or economic zones, you have small-scale miners. They rather just do the small artisanal miners and give it to a middleman to go export. It's clear that some of them need beneficiation. As a project developer, I'm ready to build a beneficiation plant along the East African Coast Corridor. But I don't want to deal with one person. I want to deal with the cooperative of all the small-scale miners doing iron ore or doing bauxite, right? All of you aggregate yourselves, go seek a bank to give you some level of credit guarantee, then you can become a partaker in the transaction, not just a supplier. You can become a counterparty in the transaction. And I think there are various instruments by AU, AFDB that can help to build small-scale cooperatives to really be able to take part in infrastructure transactions. Now, not necessarily as just a supplier or just helping out, but I'm actually in the transaction. Another key one that is also, really affecting the renewable energy space, I had a number of renewable energy projects, especially on the mini-grid, we all know is the user fees. There's no way to actually guarantee that if I bring solar energy or PV power to this community, and they have SMEs that require this power to form technology parks, to form technology institutions or universities, that they can pay at the end of the period. So that comes back again. There needs to be a framework of guiding or creating MSME cooperatives that are interested in being transactional, in being part of projects. And they cannot be what you call the off-taker of whatever infrastructure or resource anybody wants to create. The last part of it, which I will talk about, is the capacity building that these SMEs will require. So if you form a cooperative to say, we are going to be providing logistics in our local area, we don't have electricity, but we need electricity because we're into timber business and we need electricity. Okay, go put electricity. Then there needs to be a clear capacity building approach for them to understand the transaction they are going into. And that way, you will start finding MSMEs being very, very active within any kind of infrastructure project so far they come as a cooperative. And let me state the difference. I'm not talking about business associations. A A cooperative means that you're going to commit capital, no matter how small, on a monthly basis or on a quarterly basis to the pool, and they use that capital that we committed on a regular basis as a way to rate you or credit enhance you to say, okay, well, out of 100 members of this cooperative, even if 30 of you default and 70 of you still pay your regular fees, this infrastructure project will still work. So it's a new way of for us to start to think about how we can really be part of the transaction. Regarding supplier, I think the youth can do a lot more in this kind of stakeholder engagements. Every infrastructure project you see in Africa require 1 or 2 stakeholder engagements, and when we have political risks, most times 8 out of 10 political riots are basically engaging or initiated from youth groups within where the infrastructure is located. So it's important for infrastructure developers in Africa to take time to do proper stakeholder engagements, which is standard in your ENS systems, and ensure you have the youth community within where your infrastructure lies and properly engage them, such that you reduce your risk of violence, destroying your toll roads or your bridges or your railway, and a number of things. And the last point I would just like to make
is about to stop you, but
the last one I would just like to make is the fact that because every infrastructure project requires some level of displacement. So whether it's a railway, you probably have to displace people. Whether it's a toll road, whether it's energy, you have to displace people in itself. And when you displace these people, it's important for you to drive your land or reallocation strategy in such a way that where you're going to push in that the youth leaders within those communities are well trained to understand why that infrastructure is being built. If you don't train the youth leaders or the youth community or within that community, they will be one of the first people to instigate violence. So I think there's a clear role to play on the youth side from engagement, and also
saying it directly is how when we're planning infrastructure projects, we need to look beyond the infrastructure. A road, for example, slicing its way through the countryside, we need to appreciate and understand what's happening on either side of that road, and how we can then develop those communities, be they rural or suburban or urban, into beneficiaries of this infrastructure in a very, very deliberate way. So thank you for those points that you've made, and I found it also interesting how you are not just talking about cooperatives from the trying to gain access to opportunities perspective, but also trying to benefit perspectives through the frameworks for user fees idea. That is, I think, quite a novel one. And I'm going to invite you shortly to share briefly your experience with the YPP program, if you would like to. But I'm also going to open the floor for questions and comments, and I'm happy to see already 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow. I'm going to... I saw your hand first. I don't know which hand I saw second. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sir. Sixth. And then we'll come to the next round just now. Okay. So I hope you got your numbers, and please go first. There are microphones on the tables. You'll have to use those microphones. When you give the question, please, or comment, please say who you are, where you're from or affiliated to, and ideally, if you'd like a response, who that response you would like it to come from. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is MSME. We crave to be a solution for Africa as well. So I'm very much interested to hear that all the panels are concentrated on young staff, which we have here in Africa as a resource. But there are several drawbacks that I can understand, because I appreciate, first of all, the African Union to arrange such type of wonderful platform and session as well. Let me just try to make a point for some of the discussions that has already been involved here. What we are facing here in Africa is, as you all know, we have excellent tradition, excellent culture, which can transform Africa. We do have excellent educated guys as well. But the interest of donor is forcing us to have a solution which is completely out of the understanding of we Africans. That's why Africa is not transformed to this moment. And I stress to involve we Africans to be part of drawing the solution for our problems. We have excellent tradition in resolving conflict, in resolving poverty and everything. But we have been forced to accept the interest of the donors, which is not yet solving our problems, rather complicating our problems. So that's the first one. With respect to financing, I appreciate the young lady or in the middle of the stage that we have several solutions for our problems. But financing is become the bottleneck every time, particularly the collateral business. We have excellent ideas to transform our people, to change our environment. But financing is still inculcated by several political attitudes, donors' interest, which we are tired of at this moment. So such type of situations that the African Union is coming up is an excellent opportunity to voice our interest. We want to draw our solution with our people. We don't need an experience from anywhere. We need our solution, right? We do have. I can stress we do have. So what I wanted to speak right here is there should normally be a guarantee that our ideas can normally be financed without a collateral or something other else. We know that we don't have sufficient resource, but we need finance to exploit that one. So that is my position, try to make a point right here. So
thank you.
That's it.
Thank you very much. I don't know that it requires a response from the panelists, so I want to go to number 2 and 3. I think you were number 2, but I might be wrong. The lady with the green. Yeah, you were in the second round, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So for me, my name is Kundai Ngwena, and I'm the African Union Economic, Social and Cultural Council Cluster Chair for Infrastructure and Energy. I also serve as a Youth Advisory Board Chairperson for that is national in Zimbabwe. And we are working with a development partner towards entrepreneurship. And also I'm a social entrepreneur. I run my own TV show. Now, the submissions I'm bringing forward are coming from an experience perspective, not from theory. I thought I'd just put this more like a disclaimer. My question is, how far are we as a continent in trying to dance to the tune of the existing context when it comes to youth and entrepreneurship? Because my brother there, you rightfully said that you mentioned issues to do with collateral, the last speaker. But the context of the youth perspective in our region, does it speak to such nature? We have youths who are in the rural areas. The only thing they know is to wake up in the morning, look for firewood, and some go with the kettle. They do have ideas, but sometimes those ideas, maybe there are a lot of things around that. They are not certified and so forth. So where are we in trying to look at that context and appreciate that context, and then we dance to the tune of that context? Because it looks like we are still stuck on this collateral issue. Some of the youths, they are unemployed. Most youths, they are doing voluntary jobs. So it means you cannot even raise your own money to start your own business. Make matters worse, the only thing you've been given is education. There's no farm, there's no mine. The car that is there is for the whole family, it's only one. So what do we sell to be able to get this collateral that we are looking at? So the issue I'm talking about is, how far is the region willing to dance to the tune of the existing context when it comes to the youth? Now there's the issue of pitching. I can have a very good idea. I pitch it there. I'm told that you need to change 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After 2, 3 years, a very big entity is using the very same idea because they have the financial muscle that the youth do not have. I'll continue to ask again, how far are we as the continent to be able to dance to the tune of the existing youth context? Lastly, there's what I can simply give as a recommendation is Africa is very much educated. How about we start to utilize these actuaries that we have so that they come up with models that speak to the existing context of the youthful context that we have? Because collateral is never going to come from anywhere else, because already it's not there. And like my sister has said, we are coming from a colonial era, and most of our parents, the only thing they can afford is to send us to school. This extra, they cannot. That's the majority. We also have the informal sector. The only thing they can afford is to put food on the table. These extra collateral issues, they'll simply say to you, what if the business fails? So I'll continue to ask, how far as the region are we in terms of dancing to the tune of the local youthful context? Thank you very much.
Thanks, my sister Kundai. Yes.
Merci pour l'opportunité de la parole. Premier élément, juste une observation, c'est le paysage de la présentation du panel. J'apprécierais vraiment qu'on ait un francophone aussi qui présente le paysage de l'environnement francophone de l'Afrique, parce que l'Afrique est un continent très diversifié et les écosystèmes n'ont pas la même maturité. Je prends le cas du Nigeria et de l'Afrique du Sud, qui ont quand même un écosystème entrepreneurial plus évolué que nos États francophones. Alors j'aurais apprécié qu'on ait un francophone sur le panel qui présente un peu l'état de l'écosystème entrepreneurial et des petites et moyennes entreprises en Afrique. Ceci étant dit, j'ai écouté les uns et les autres, mais le problème le plus important, comme l'a dit l'entrepreneur sud-africaine, c'est le financement. Vous prenez aujourd'hui un entrepreneur qui a une idée, qui va voir une union ou de financement, dire tiens, j'apprécierais de voir l'Union africaine travailler, accompagner nos États à définir un programme d'accompagnement ou d'appui à nos petites et moyennes entreprises. Travailler sur le cadre réglementaire, l'entrepreneur veut quand même que son initiative ou son projet soit financé, il veut être accompagné. Alors, qu'est-ce que nous mettons en place ou qu'est-ce que vous, au niveau de l'Union africaine, vous développez comme une initiative pour accompagner les entrepreneurs ou les États ou pour réduire le gap et l'innovation, spécifiquement en matière de financement des projets, financement des initiatives, accompagnement des les mécanismes ou les programmes qui peuvent être élaborés pour que les entrepreneurs se sentent plus en sécurité et que, disons, ils puissent contribuer au développement socio-économique. Parce que si je prends la plupart de nos entrepreneurs ils ont mis en place des start-up.
Merci, monsieur, pour votre intervention. Les panélistes vont répondre dans quelques minutes à vos questions ainsi que les commentaires des deux autres personnes. Mais avant de ça, on va prendre deux questions de plus. Je ne me rappelle pas qui étaient les prochaines.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ulrich Jung. I'm from DRC. My name is Ulrich Jung. I'm from DRC, American University of Kinshasa. Firstly, I'll start by speaking of the background. I think in IFRA Youth, I think 7 years back, discussing about the part of the youth in infrastructure and PIDA and everything. And we advocate for a percentage on each project of PIDA in each country, how many youth we can, how many percentage coming from the youth can participate in the project. I don't know if already that had been put on the record, because that was already a matter of policy. We've been in Durban about that. Already we say at any level of project of PIDA week, we need to have at least, I think it was 5 or 7% of youth on that project. That was first that advocacy we did in Durban. I think the problem of we are discussing, for sure there's a problem of money investment and everything. I think on the process of any project, the youngsters have ideas and you have opportunities, but between those two things, there is a problem of process, or say the problem of policy in countries, and also a problem of capacity building. I've been 3 weeks back to quote good things from Kenya. Kenya, they've included in their whole business program, besides the infrastructure, they include the things of like incubation. I think those are things that really is lacking on seeing the youngsters to reach their development from idea up to the project, or even implementation and development. This meeting we are doing most of the time, I think money is there, as you said, opportunities are there, but really we need to accompany youngsters on their project and their ideas up to the implementation, because beside idea project, we're talking about policy, about all those things of try to register the company, everything. If really at the level of PIDA, at the level of AU, those aspects to really accompany youth and youngsters to implement, to develop themselves, their projects can be really be taken into account when we are giving project or money. I think it will be a good thing, because now you see, you ask the question, who beneficiate from this project of PIDA? You've seen one. And PIDA, we've been in PIDA 1, we've been in PIDA 2, we've been in PIDA 3. That means there is a problem on the way things have been applied, especially when it's attached to youth. We need really to think about how really we are accompany youngsters on those projects.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I think that's an idea how to share on that one. Yeah.
I'm going to take 2 quick interventions. This lady up there and then this gentleman. Please try and be quick so that the panelists can respond, and we can take another 2 that I'm seeing on the floor already. So please try and be quick.
Did they put it on? Thank you. I'm not really going to be quick. I'm so sorry, because this is very important and key. Let me just make it clear. Yes. And I'm not also of a continent that's of a continent, the potential of its youth. So normally, considering the potential of its youth, PIDA Week would have started with the youth. Okay? I'm not addressing the panelists. I should have been talking to the lead. I'm not addressing the panelists. I should have been talking to the leaders of this continent. If you understand how much your youth have resisted, right now as we're speaking, go to all embassies, the African youth are running away from the continent because of lack of opportunities, lack of respect. The African youth is the only youth that can be lynched anywhere on earth and will not have defense. They will not even have anybody to stand and speak for them. And so when we talk about youth, it's like a laughing stock. I would have loved to see panels also that the youth are having partnership with maybe Chinese youth, with maybe European youth, like I see in the PIDA days. But when we talk about the youth, we're so quick to just run and just say, no, let's just, we even talk about it in a very slow way, in a very calm way, like, no, don't even speak. I mean, a PIDA Youth Week, look at the hall. If you go to the Chinese, like we're speaking, my sister or my daughter, they actually said it. You don't even have land. How can you talk about the prospect of a youth? The land owned by the colonizers, the lands of the African youth are not even available. They don't have inheritance from their fathers or their parents and everything. When it comes to talk about investment, the African youth is the only one person that would do everything to cross the Mediterranean, die in the oceans, because they're looking for greener pastures. I mean, let us start these conversations, and I really appreciate the African Union and PIDA Week for trying to address these things, but let's be serious. It is very, very important. We read statistics that are being done to us by Europeans and say 18 to 25% of the African youth or the African youth is going to, take over the world. Of course, that's the truth. But what are you doing with your youth? Decolonization, awareness. The African youth is so sick and tired of being told what to do. I look forward to the next initiatives where the leaders would just sit down and listen to what the opinions of the youth are. Until then, we can hold conferences. I'm so sorry. We're still very, very far away. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Alban Changu. I'm the AIP Youth Coordinator with the Continental Africa Water Investment Program. We are hosted by Global Water Partnership. We are based in South Africa, Pretoria. I would like to say a short statement, then I'll ask my question mainly to the AUJ NEPAD and also to the AU. 3 out of 4 jobs are water dependent, and Africa needs to create more job opportunities, especially for its youth population. African young people would have increased by 45% by 2030. And with youth comes the opportunity to industrialize, innovate, and transform Africa's economy towards prosperity and peace. On the other side, youth unemployment and lack of productive youth engagement has potential to cause large skills revolt. I think a lot of speakers have highlighted that. My question now goes to AUDA. Are there any existing opportunities within PIDA to capacitate young water professionals? I come from a water background, and what we are seeing is that there are a lack of opportunities for young water professionals. My other question is to the panelists in general. What can be advised to young entrepreneurs when they are developing bankable projects? We're hearing a lot about bankable projects, and it's important that we understand some of the do's and don't do that we need to take into consideration when developing this. And my last question, it's for the AU. What is done at AU level to improve youth inclusion in planning and development at higher level of decision making? Thank you.
Thank you, Albane. I'm going to ask the panelists to give a shot at the responses, and then if we have time, I'll come to you too. We're already running over the session time, but I don't think there's another session, is there? Or are we in lunch already? We're in lunch already, so I just want you to know that.
Yeah, can I share on the youth one?
So I'm going to let these, I'm going to let them respond, and then I'll take these 3 if you're still around after their responses.
All right. Can you all hear me? Okay, great. Yes, I would like to just respond on the lady that spoke before the last guy, and I would like to differ with her a little bit, because the youths of Africa have actually been able to express themselves tremendously in the technology space. If you look at the biggest tech unicorns in Africa, they are young people, from Paystack to InterSwitch to Flutterwave to all the small tech ecosystems. They didn't need governments to make their innovation work. The unfortunate thing is the university education being given to these young people in technology, in the use of software development, can easily translate to the technology ecosystem. But in the infrastructure ecosystem, the engineering, the structural engineering, the mechanical engineering, the electrical engineering are all being exported, to overseas, to Asia and things. The biggest toll roads, the biggest railways, the biggest infrastructure had never been designed by African students. There's a lack of connection between the university ecosystem and developing large-scale infrastructure. An important thing is, while I was in university, they were building the biggest dam in my country. None of my university lecturers, none of the students in the University of Ibadan, where the dams, the Kanji Dam was also close to, also in Kogi, were never involved. So number one is government needs to drive policies wherever there's any infrastructure project being developed in a country, the university ecosystem should be involved. And that way, you can now take the university learning, so when that infrastructure is now being implemented, you can say, oh, in my CV, I was involved in the development of this gas pipeline as an undergraduate. So that was the missing link with
the skill sets being and that's why today, unfortunately, most of African infrastructure are being designed by Asia, by China, by UK. Why can't we design our own roads? Why can't we design our own infrastructure? So also to the other points,
that does link to that point. Can I ask you to make this point very quickly, and then we will give some of the others a chance. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm done. I just want to say for the other man that mentioned about what young people can do to get their projects bankable is what I said earlier. Cooperatives, you need to work together. You all cannot just say, oh, they should go and give you $50 million to develop this agro park when you can actually have a cooperative that requires this processing material. So the cooperative framework is key in bringing together our small strengths and becoming, for all of us to become more credit enhanced. I mean, a lot of people understand that term. So it's just a way to not just look at the young people or the young SMEs as an individual, but you form a cooperative as a young association of miners or young association of farmers in a particular value chain, and you can be able to sit at the table with the bank and get finance.
Yeah, we're better together. Thank you. I'll go to Chippy and then to Dr. Raisa and then to Rosemary, and then we'll come back to you, Makosazane.
Thank you so much. I think from my side, from the AUD PIDA perspective, I'm not going to agree or disagree with anyone, but I'm just going to put, I maybe respond to 2-3 things from speaker number 2, who from Zim. He talked now, asking him, how far are we in terms of the youth engagement within the infrastructure? Then I'll speak to a gentleman that is coming from DRC, that is coming from the academics. That was also maybe part and parcel of the PIDA one that I was, whereby there was an initiative that there should be always youth and women involvement within the PIDA project. And that is one of the criteria when we were building the PIDA PAP 2. Then I'll speak to what the lady said, and which my colleague is actually discussing with. But what I'll say then, the gentleman from the water. So, AUD is got another, I got different initiatives that speak to the youth. But we've just started actually having initiatives that speak to the youth specifically and explicitly in infrastructure. Why is that so? The PIDA PAP 1, precisely it was more about institutional capacity building of the member states, of the RECs. So it was actually laying the ground, understand, the foundation on which to springboard to go to the implementation. So that groundwork, that heavy lifting has been done. So now we're at a PIDA 2 where we're looking at no more at capacity building, less so for the member state, the institution and all that, but we're looking at more at pushing the project from one phase, let's have feasibility, to financial structuring to project close. So now that's where the conversation is starting. And I'm loving this conversation because if people raising hands, 4, 5, 6, 7 people raising hands, that means there is an issue that needs to be addressed. And this is the conversation that's the whole idea of actually why we're sitting here. Because as I come back to the lady, she says, okay, fine. There is a disjunction between what is the opportunity that the African continent is having and what these youth are actually seeing. So to answer a question, we at AUD NEPAD, we'll be having, from next year, we'll be having awareness stations in terms of the projects. So this is how we're actually going to be structuring them. We're going to be having them online. So we're going to be, this week, let's go maybe to ECOWAS. We look at all the infrastructure project within the ECOWAS. Is it a road? Is it a data center? Is it ICT? Is it datafication? Is it cybersecurity? So we will actually be unpacking. So in trying to actually having those awareness sessions, what we're trying to do is we're opening up to the youth as young people. Don't despair that these opportunities that you can actually grab. That's the first thing. The second thing that I want to actually ask, our young people to challenge ourselves, understand. Let's move from the orthodox. Let's move away from the traditional way of actually doing our things. It can never be business as usual. It has to be done differently. We've been talking about, let's go to the government as actual advocacy for the policy. But we've always hit them in the wall. Why have we hit the wall? Have we come down and sit down? We've made noise about policy change, but there's nothing that is happening in government. I'll tell you why. We need to organize ourselves first. In law, there's something that if you want equity, you actually have to go with the clean hands. So that drives me to the point that my colleague Foster is actually trying to say, you can't do everything by your own. You need to bring yourself together. You need actually to, in infrastructure, what they call it at the GVs, the joint ventures, understand? If we go alone, but it will be have a small pocket of a project that is what you're talking about. I'm just looking for $1,000. People that said that, investors are like, no, come on, that's too little for me. So what am I trying to say? The orthodox that I'm trying to say that we need to move away is we need actually to challenge ourselves. We've got that skills. We've got those expertise. We've got that kind of education. In the next 4 or 5 years, I want actually young people, when we'll be sitting here, say, okay, look, we've got a JV here that can do a feasibility study. We've got a JV here that can do an environment assessment study. That is an SME, right? We've got a JV here that can do actually lay the railway lines. That is the conversation that we need to have. Let's challenge ourselves. Let's push ourselves. Let's push the envelope. So in that case, once we've actually put our house in order, say, look, this is the expertise that we have. This is the groundwork that we've done. When we go to government, say, okay, fine, we're driving this policy, because I'll tell you what government doesn't want to hear. Government doesn't want to hear you go say, okay, change this without providing a solution. Then in changing that, say the government has to pay. Government doesn't want to hear that. So when you go into government, say, we want to a policy direction whereby when you're floating this bid, we want 60% of the content. You tell them what 6 of us, 1 architect, 1 engineer, 1 accountant, 1 lawyer. You have done the groundwork, you've done the heavy lifting. So bringing the young people together, that's the only way we're going to actually be going to government and tell them that we are ready. Understand? But if we're shying away from that and we're actually say, okay, we're going to do the business usual, the only thing that we're going to be doing is like maybe supply, the downstream stationery. Let's move from there. Let's think big. Understand? So once we reach that kind of a level where we say we're ready to do a feasibility study,
then we've made it.
Definitely, someone in government say, what up?
Thanks.
What are these people actually talking about? Thank you.
Thank you, Chippy. Dr. Raisa?
I think on my role it's very difficult. This is the African Union Commission, but I believe we are all African Union Commission. You are responsible for the youth. Am I responsible for the youth? So, the lady was saying that maybe what is the role of the AUC? You know the role of the AUC. How many business partners do we have in this meeting room? How many youth are looking for a job right now? Right now, I'm asking the question. Let's be pragmatic. Myself, I was youth. I was an intern. I came to Ethiopia in 2007. I was an intern without being paid as well. But I took the decision to come here to look for my own position, and I did well, and I don't regret it. And I got it. Not with the AUC, with the UN system, without being paid. It was a sacrifice, but I did it. I was in Europe. I studied there. It's true. But everybody has to make his own choice for his life. So, yes, my dear, I want to ask you a question. Where are you staying currently? Where is your home base? Yes. Okay. It's just to say that 2 weeks ago we had a meeting with a lady from Dakar, and she told me that what I have is only African. My seat, my chair, because I like African, my hairstyle is only African, I don't do any other style. And then she told me about what her child, they are studying. She said, my daughter, she's studying English. And then I said, but English is not African. She's not going to Wolofs. There is a challenge in the continent. Before the session, we were discussing about AI. This one, I use AI to provide response to the question I'm answering today. So it means that we need to be more innovative. And definitely, the African Union Commission will continue to support the youth in our continent. It doesn't mean that we should look desperate. It doesn't mean that we should lose our hope regarding the continent. Let's be optimistic, let me say like that. I understand that some of our brothers, sisters, they are crossing the rivers to jump to go to Europe because they don't have jobs, they don't have opportunities. Definitely our government are responsible for that one. But he mentioned something which is true. Where are the solutions? We are the one to bring the solutions. Maybe the people who have to be sitting here, they are not here. But we are technical. We are trying to see how we can collect the information today. Then it will be part of the communique. So, am I going to ask you the question? What are the solutions do you want the African Union to develop to assist and support those youth and those entrepreneurs? We will be happy to provide support, definitely. En français, je dirais, la jeunesse est importante. La jeunesse est fondamentale. Et je reste convaincue que si tous ensemble, nous apportons des solutions, mais vraiment des solutions rapides et efficaces, nous pouvons sauver le continent. Mais comme certains l'ont dit tout à l'heure, il y a la culture qu'on ne doit pas oublier. Et évitons de comparer ce qui se passe en Europe et ce qui se passe en Afrique. Nous ne sommes pas sur le même bateau. Nous ne pourrons pas évoluer de la même façon. Nos précédents panélistes l'ont dit. Aujourd'hui, on parle de l'intelligence artificielle. Il y a des jeunes Africains qui sont très bien formés dans ce domaine, ici sur le continent africain et même ici en Éthiopie où je vous parle. Voilà 7 ans que je vis en Éthiopie et j'ai vu un pays qui s'est développé de bout en bout avec des Éthiopiens. Lorsque vous faites le tour de l'Éthiopie, vous allez voir que les ouvriers qui travaillent sur le sol éthiopien, ce sont des Éthiopiens. Donc nous ne devons pas perdre espoir, mais croire que tout est possible. Alors je vous renvoie la question. Quelles sont les solutions que vous voudriez voir mettre en œuvre pour faire avancer les choses? Nous sommes prêts à vous accompagner. Je vous remercie. Je ne sais pas s'il y avait d'autres questions. I don't know.
Je ne sais pas, mais vous avez répondu aux autres questions.
Et nous continuerons à
Merci
faire
bien.
le plaidoyer, comme l'a souligné Madame. We'll continue to make the advocacy regarding the fact that we need to encourage more youth. Mais aussi, il y a un risque qui est important, qui a été mentionné, la garantie.
Ouais. On va les mettre dans les recommandations.
La garantie bancaire
Ouais.
et tout ce qui va avec. Ce n'est pas évident pour des entreprises de venir qui n'ont peut-être pas forcément tout le background nécessaire pour leur donner des projets. Donc, il y a tout un processus qu'il faut mettre en place. Et je pense que nous devons travailler avec des organismes qui existent déjà, qui accompagnent tous ces programmes-là. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Dr. Raissa. Et maintenant, Rosemary, you can continue. Thank you so much. And then immediately after, I invite Mako Sazani.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to talk around 3 things, all of which I think have come out from the audience. So the first one that I'd like to talk about is, on one hand, we are looking for opportunities, who have challenges around access to finance. And yes, you know, we really shouldn't be talking about collateral. And to answer your question, my sister, about dancing to the tune of the young people in the rural communities, some of our markets are already responding. There exists some funds, some organizations who are able to provide funding instruments that do not necessarily require you to be able to provide collateral. But that's part of the challenge that I'm throwing back and, you know, talking about how can we create awareness about the funding instruments and, for example, the Fund of Funds in Ghana, Nigeria, that is just targeting SMEs, it is already de-risked, and so on. So creating awareness about those opportunities, but also using what has worked in some countries where, for example, young people, small business owners who do not necessarily have collateral can get access to debt-structured funding, but it is built around, for example, your idea. So, for example, I appreciate what you're saying about patent, copyrights, and so on and so forth, but that's a different conversation. But really taking what you're saying in terms of this idea of responding to developing financial products that are appropriate and contextualized to the needs of small businesses and the youth. The other thing I want to kind of bring in is around the issue of then mapping the opportunities that are available. I mean, Femi was talking about opportunities in mining. The opportunities in mining are different from the opportunities, for example, in construction, in railways, in energy projects. So I think one of the things that we could probably then, and we've been talking about that, is how can we then bring our minds together in terms of mapping the opportunities, taking a value chain approach really, and saying that construction starts from point A, it ends into the other services, maintenance. Once a road or a railway has been constructed, what are the opportunities along that value chain that young people and small businesses can engage in, and then creating either platforms or opportunities like this and town halls where we can be able to make business linkages between those businesses that are ready and, to Femi's point, organized to participate, and the opportunities that exist. So mapping the opportunities and creating business linkages, and then working with all the different stakeholders around that. The last thing is around, my brother at the back raised the issue of procurement, affirmative action. You talked about 7% opportunities available for young people. So again, I think what we need to do in the context of infrastructure and small businesses and young people is think more, strategically around how do we influence the decisions, not just of governments in terms of public procurement, and PIDA included, which is already there. So there's one thing of putting the affirmative procurement policies, but you and I know that affirmative procurement policies sometimes remain as a percentage in a document if it is not implemented. So we will say that 7% is available for young people, for women, but when you finally look at who is contracted at the end of the year, 2 years, 3 years, it does not match that. So the question is, how can we work together to develop procurement policies and guidelines that, one, can support not just the projects, but also private sector. So I've seen that private sector is willing to partner with young people, organizations, but sometimes they're asking, where do we start? How do we move? How do I engage more young people into my supply chain? So let's not assume that the private sector knows what to do with small businesses. So let's provide tools. Let's begin to think about how we support private sector to engage young people, to engage businesses. So that's really what I wanted to kind of chime in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Rosemary. Makosa-san.
I'm going to probably touch on as well one or two of the questions that were raised, and it's probably maybe even a closing point. So I'll give you an example of something that happened recently, coming into farming and looking for finance to scale my own agribusiness. We had a meeting with a bank in South Africa whose mandate it is to fund agribusinesses. And one of the things they said was, obviously, the average age of a farmer in South Africa is 65. And they were saying there aren't any young farmers, they don't see them. And I remember sitting and saying, okay. And I remember, and I sat in the meeting and I said to the gentleman, sir, you must not know of an app called TikTok. And he looked at me strangely and I said, well, if you go on TikTok and you look for farmers, a lot of them, most of who you'll see are young. You might not see them in your big statistics, but they're there. Why do I share this story? I'm trying to express to you that African youth are not waiting for someone to give a policy. They are not waiting for someone to change the law. This world is moving very fast. Technology is developing very fast. With what we have, we are moving.
And the question is going to be, which train are we catching? We know the direction. So I'm looking for the train that's going to take me there. And even in my own experience, having started a business just in South Africa, struggling to find opportunities, we said, where else can we take this business? And we opened up East Africa. Why? Because we were not waiting. So Albane, when you were asking about, what is the advice? My advice is, we're living in a digital world. Things are moving fast. We don't have to wait. If they don't let us in through the front door, you come in through the side door, but you got to keep moving. That's my advice.
Thank you to all the panelists. I'm going to take one more round. I have already promised 1, 2, 3, 4. I've already promised, and then the last hand that I saw is that lady in the middle here with the greenish top. That was the last. Yes, you.
Yeah, and Simba,
5 points, and then I'll ask that we close the session. Maybe the speakers will give 1 or 2 responses to these, but please keep them short.
Thank you, moderator. I have enjoyed this discussion, and I start with a verse in the Bible. I'm a Christian. Hosea 4:6 says, "My people perish because of lack of information." Other versions put it because of lack of knowledge. The platform that has been created now for discussion is hope for the future for the youth. That is number 1. Number 2, I need to challenge ourselves, but starting with the AU, C, and NEPAD. You've done great work, but I ask you to improve on the dissemination, on the information sharing, so that the youth, whichever corner of Africa, gets to know the information available, the opportunities available. Myself, a mouthpiece for partly to start with, but there is more that using your platforms at higher level that you can do to ensure the youth at every corner of Africa gets information so that they can participate ably. I come back to the country context and profession. I head the corporate planning for Uganda Railways Corporation and strategy, and therefore my orientation is planning, economics, and the projection, budgeting. So in every aspect of the country, that whichever country we are talking about, we must think of integration of different perspectives of life so that these plans that we do can influence the people we serve. Failure to do that, we cannot move an inch. And that's why we have loopholes, and that's why we keep complaining. This is not specifically for Uganda, it is specifically for Africa. We have a number of plans that we have put across, but some of them, they don't address the needs of the people we serve. And that is the reason why someone may cross the Red Sea, they may cross the Mediterranean Sea, and they die there. Now, coming down, this one will require a policy shift. And of course, some countries have already done that one. It is the issue of the education. Catalyst gentleman, I used that one, I'm sorry. I didn't pick the name properly.
Femi.
Femi, yes. Femi mentioned it partly, the universities to change the context. But I would like to go at an extra mile and say our curriculum orientation has affected the way we do our things. And for that reason, everyone thinks after the graduation of any level of education is to get a job. And therefore, that limits innovation. And so if we have to change everything that we are talking about, that one must change. Some countries have gone ahead to start modifying the curriculum. Take an example of Uganda as of now. This sitting of senior 4, the senior 4s, I don't know, in other contexts of other countries, is a level after primary. There is 4 years after primary level. So the assessment has changed. It is a thematic-based curriculum that is being implemented. And so we want to assess ourselves and see how people will perform with this one. But the issue is, from childhood, someone should come out knowing that I can innovate here, I can produce this. But in Africa, we find ourselves at another ground that we fall short. So we need to change that one. That is one of the recommendations that I'm giving. If you have to forget, I said AUC, communicate and improve the communication for the youth to participate. Number 2, the policy shift in education so that it can touch everyone. Number 3 is planning. Integrate everyone to ensure that we serve the people that the policies that we bring on board can influence. I'll give a case study finally for Uganda. There is youth livelihood support for program. This program targets the youth specifically. There is a program for the women. There is a program for the disabled. There is a program, all those programs are trying to bring out the context of the less privileged people to participate in the forum. I know we have not addressed the need, but the starting point is there.
No, thank you so much. I'm going to come to the 5 that I promised. Unfortunately, sir, I will have to let it slide this time. Sorry.
Thank you. I'll be fast because my question has been touched by him. My name is Mercy. And as we're here discussing about fostering youth and MSME, I think Africa, we're doing well with innovation, having bankable projects, but my question is the information, dissemination of information. Like here, I could like to hear what is in the pipeline for NEPAD, AUDA NEPAD. What do we have for the youth? Let's say that there is a percentage on the infrastructural programs or projects that are there. What timelines do the youth or the MSMEs, companies, organizations can access the bids, or if there are programs, it could be under the AUC, it could be under any other organizations that are here. This is the discussion I could like, let's say for us to get information on, like next year or starting January, we have these programs. So you can bid if you have a youth organization dealing with ICT, dealing with energy, you can get these opportunities in this platform. Yes, thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Notrie Didia. I can say, like, I represent like the small percentage of youths that actually attend the conference. Most of my questions have already been touched, so I won't be long. But I would like to make a point concerning the AU. Like, there was a talk about the Young Professionals Program, and when they asked like how many people like are aware or have participated in the program, we only had one hand up. So my only concern would be like to actually create awareness about the programs, because as a lot of people stated, it's not that the youth do not want to work. The youth actually want opportunities, but sometimes they don't know where to find them. And I would also like to take examples, like maybe during, I would say, holidays, youth looking for internships. Also, apart from the government, even our society do not also encourage youth to go. Like you are looking for jobs, you're looking for internships, but even the enterprises will say, no, we can't take you. You're only looking for people who already have experience. Whereas the experience you're looking for is by giving us the opportunity to actually work, to actually see how things are going around. So thank you, that's my point.
Ok. Moi, je ne vais pas être long, je vais essayer de me résumer un peu. Je m'appelle Housoubé Kakine, je suis coordonnateur de l'ONG Zonal. Je viens du Tchad. Je vais parler de 3 petites choses concernant le développement de l'entrepreneuriat des jeunes en Afrique. Première des choses, c'est en termes de défis, il y a le manque cruel de valorisation des ressources. Au niveau des universités, par exemple, nous avons des jeunes qui sont formés, prêts à l'emploi là-bas. ils soutiennent, ils font des recherches. Leurs documents de recherche peuvent être directement retraduits en projets de développement. Ces choses qu'on ne fait pas. Donc, je vais demander à vous qui êtes au sein des comités de l'Union africaine de faire un plaidoyer pour qu'il y ait un agenda pour la valorisation des ressources universitaires dans le domaine du développement de l'entrepreneuriat des jeunes. Deuxièmement, il faut créer un environnement favorable au développement de l'entrepreneuriat des jeunes. Au niveau de certains pays, en Afrique centrale par exemple, je ne connais pas ailleurs d'ailleurs, la question des paiements des taxes et des différents impôts étouffe le développement des start-up. Vous êtes entre la première et la troisième année, vous commencez à payer des impôts et taxes 18% ou plus à l'État. Qu'est-ce que vous pouvez bien faire? Donc, il faudrait qu'il y ait également une politique au niveau supérieur, au niveau de l'Union africaine, pour que les États essaient de rendre favorable l'environnement du développement des start-up ou bien de l'entrepreneuriat des jeunes. Je vais m'arrêter là. C'est un cri que je vous lance. À vous de porter ma voix. Merci.
Hello, good day. My name is Nena, and I am the founder of Nenisville Group, a company in Nigeria. And one of our trading names is 2K Shop, a retail e-commerce. We started that brand in 2021 of August with just $40 at that time, which is now roughly $12 now. And without any external funding, we've been able to take advantage of technology. We have our website, we have our mobile app, and we've implemented some simplified AI technologies too. And we have over 2,500 customers in 10 plus countries. And we're trying to scale now. But there's no funding for retail e-commerce. It's mainly more on agriculture, energy, because for this conference, it's more about inclusion. And I'm trying to know where is the place for retail e-commerce or fashion accessories in the African Union development framework or plan in terms of funding, so that we can get funding. Because what we do is actually provide items for less than $2 for people who cannot afford it. So how do we get funding to scale what we're doing? And what's the plan? How do you include this sector in your framework? That's basically what I'm asking. And secondly, for the programs that are going on, we need a lot of awareness. Many people don't know what is going on. A lot of people don't know what is going on. And then also, when you're funding, the best way to track what you're doing and make sure that whatever you're funding is progressing is about data accountability. You have to not only implement, but follow up, take data, account for that thing to make sure that you're not spending or wasting money. So this is just what I have to ask. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for those questions and comments. I'm going to allow each of the speakers 1 minute, and I'm going to put a timer so that it makes noise when, when the 1 minute is up, for each of you to close up / respond to this last round. 1 minute is all you will have. And I'll start on the far end with Rosemary. Anything that you want to pick up on, please go.
Yeah, thanks, Ima. So I wanted to maybe close by mentioning two things. One is that for me, clearly there's a need to invest in capacity building, but also the point around incubation and acceleration. But this capacity building, incubation, and acceleration has to be really, really targeted. And if we're thinking about infrastructure, we're thinking about inclusion, rural access, it means also investing a considerable sum in those communities that are not necessarily urban. When you look, for example, in all our capital cities, incubators and accelerators are based in our capital cities. So we need to do a bit more work there, but also identifying opportunities which are low-hanging for young people in rural communities. We had the example of a program that's using AI to identify bridges in rural communities that have been dilapidated and fixing those bridges. The last piece is really around thinking about how do we strategically use the funds that we have within projects for displacement to invest some of that money in terms of developing the competitiveness of the SMEs to participate in those supply chains and pipelines. So for example, if we have a displacement fund, and Chippy and I were in conversation with the LabSet project and many other projects, both within PIDA and without, there's a displacement element. So how can we use some of those funds, for example, pulling together with private sector to invest in the competitiveness, not just compensating, but investing in business development schemes in the local communities where that infrastructure is happening.
Thank you.
So that's my...
Thank you, Rosemary. Dr. Raisa, you'll get the same 1 minute, so you'll hear my timer going off.
No problem. So, regarding the African Union Commission, I believe that we need a clear direction. So, even if there is no need for policy, I believe that the continent should develop a policy guidelines and to see how we can harmonize all the policies. Because the Agenda 2063 has been developed by Africans and it should be owned by Africans. So even if there is a lack of communication, we should improve regarding the awareness because it's very important. We can sit in the continent where there is competitiveness, where there is sustainability, climate change, digitalization, innovation sector, energy, green policy, and so on, without any guidance. We need to fit in this world, depending the fact that we have Europe, we have the USA, but definitely Africa should not left behind, and we will continue to support our youth. I know that it's very difficult because even in our own family, we are facing those challenges. Some of our siblings, brothers, sisters, cousins, they have been educated, well-trained, but they don't find a job. And sometimes it's a very difficult situation, and it's creating a lot of frustration. So that's why we should continue to believe that there is a possibility, as our brother just mentioned, because myself as also Christian, knowledge is a fundamental. We should continue to knowledge our people, but we should involve them, as my brother from Femi mentioned, that we should involve our academicians, our university to be part of those infrastructure projects. There is currently a project in Japan which is built, but they have involved some of those universities to understand the situation. So the education should be linked with our context, with the situation we are facing every day. I think this is the key information I can share to you, but I also want to emphasize that I am not from youth division. I'm from infrastructure. So there is a dedicated department working to support the youth project. There is also another one called a team dedicated for youth and SMEs. So they are the one who can provide appropriate response on your questions today regarding funding. And as you know, we are a political institutions. So it means that we don't have funds, but we are working in close collaboration with the African Development Bank institution, for example, and other partners who can maybe able to support such kind of initiative. And I would like to insist that let's have hope for the continent. Don't be desperate, because nobody will change the continent. And one of the
except us.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Raisa. Chippy.
Okay, thank you, moderator. I think I just want to express the vote of appreciation from the audience, present here, and maybe the audience that is actually present online. The two things that I've actually picked up from this conversation. There is an appetite, but there's just one element that is actually missing. It's the information gap. So we have, on one leg, we have opportunities that actually PIDA is actually exposing the young people to. On the other, on the right, the other leg, we have young people that have got the skill. So there is a mismatch of skill and opportunity. So that brings us to the point of information awareness. So I want actually to commit myself that from the AUD NEPAD, as a project officer, solely responsible for development of initiative and implementation of those initiatives within the PIDA projects when it talks to young people and SME. From January, when we're coming back from the Christmas, the thing that we're going to be doing is going to be having webinars, whereby we'll be sharing, we'll be actually deep diving into the PIDA projects, bit by bit. We're not leaving anybody behind. So from there, and I'm urging the young people, let's engage. Let's keep the ball rolling. So from there, then we're going to agree, say, okay, fine. From these opportunities that we're talking about, what kind of initiative that you're looking at? Because the whole idea is we don't want to actually have a bottom-up, understand? We want actually to have, a top-down. We want actually to have a bottom-up, whereby we say, this is what we think we can actually do when it comes to energy. This is what we think we can do when it comes to a railway line project, decarbonization of the ports. So be in the lookout. You can actually follow us on the website, the AUD NEPAD website. The Twitter is there. So we'll be throwing a lot of those conversations. So on such a day, we're going to be having a webinar. We'll be looking at the datafication. On such a day, we're going to be having a webinar on high-speed rail transport and all that. So then let's develop initiative together. On the last, I just want to thank everybody. It has been really very insightful. We've taken note of the comments, the insights, which is very educative. So we'll sit down, recalibrate, and actually see what we can do from there. But I promise we have awareness sessions from January.
Thank you, Chippy. Hold on.
Sorry.
I'll let you come in. Okay, because you're from Auda. Let Auda finish.
I just would like to complete what Chippy said. My name is Abdel Nasser Kinifur. I'm from African Union Development Agency, Senior Program Officer MSMEs. I am very, very happy about what I heard. So just to complete what Chippy said, we have a different program on MSME support. We have an accelerator program, we call it Homegrown Solution, which is supporting, for now, startups on health sector. We are moving now on agriculture, and we will add progressively other sectors. So what I would like to add is there are a lot of initiatives, and what we are doing and what we will do from next year is to come up with a comprehensive approach. Why? Because the entrepreneurship challenges, the challenges that our African entrepreneurs are facing is not only about financing. I heard that we need financing. No, it is not only that. It is about funding. It is about technical issue, technical support. It's about political support. It's about cultural aspect. So there is a comprehensive approach that we are coming up with to be able in the upcoming 10 years to support our MSMEs from all what we call it journey of entrepreneurship. You come with idea and you end up as a medium enterprise. You come up with your idea, you go out with like an enterprise that is solid and scaled up. So we will share, as Chippy said, we will continue. We will share what I heard that there is a lot of information that missed, but we will commit ourselves. I will commit myself with Chippy that we will share the information and we will do it. We are integrating AI. We are developing this solution with Meta and other partners, and I will discuss with you, Madam, also, to see how we can put everything. You come up with your idea, you will get the technical support that you need. We will match you with relevant founders, bank, and everything. We piloted this program since 2019. What we did is we mobilized collateral, around $74 million, provided as collateral in 5 countries. We mobilized more than $100 million with EcoBank. But we learned from that. We paused to build something bigger and something comprehensive. That's what we are doing, and it's coming up. So from next year, we will communicate it's coming up. It will be very comprehensive.
Thank you, Nasa. Thank you, AUD, NEPAD, GP, and Nasa. Makosazane.
I think a lot's already been said, and it is abundantly clear to me that this is a huge issue because we've gone so far over time, and honestly, we could probably spend the whole day here because we've only scratched the surface. I think my parting shot is really maybe a challenge that, before I came here, I didn't even know that PIDA Week existed. I didn't even know what PIDA was if I had never met Chippy. Maybe I would have never even known that this thing exists. So I think it's really important. The information sharing has already been discussed, so I won't belabor the point, but I think it's really that important that, we pump it up. And I think the other challenge I would bring to the table is to say, can we break down the silos? So we shouldn't just have one session that looks at youth businesses in infrastructure. This needs to be pervasive across all the sessions in PIDA Week. There should be some sort of representation and some voice that speaks to this, because again, these infrastructure projects are long, they take many years, and that 19 or 21-year-old person is going to be the person inheriting that infrastructure. And so we can't just sit in one room and discuss it. It needs to be across the conference. Thank you.
Perfect timing.
All right. Thank you so much. A lot has been said, and I would just like to piggyback on what Chibi mentioned. As private sector innovators, the African Catalysts have been developing capacity building programs. In fact, back to that other gentleman from AUD NEPAD, we already have what we call an early stage investment readiness program that is basically attracting towards the like of your community. And the difference is the fact that when you look at an innovative infrastructure project done by young people or MSMEs, right? There's a difference between the project preparation stage and the ideation stage. And most times, unlike the technology innovation or the agric innovation, it's easy for you to give a proof of concept, to say, oh, I'm developing this thing, this is how it's going to look like. If you're developing a mini grid or you're working on a project that is infrastructure related, you don't have an opportunity to actually show anybody what it's going to look like. What you have is agreements, what you have is a feasibility report, what you have is that it can work. So we have a laboratory that helps right from the ideation stage up to where you have the project preparation. So from that project preparation, then you can use the bankability knowledge that we have explained to you. And we are open to work with AUD NEPAD in this, what we call the investment readiness program, because as he mentioned, it's not just finance at the end of the day. Sometimes the manpower capacity to be able to understand what exactly you're doing, understand why you are building this student housing project, understand why you are building this residential project, understand the risks. Those are the final details major investors are looking for. That you as an entrepreneur, you have a clear understanding of what you're trying to do. It's very, very difficult in the entrepreneurial, in the infrastructure space to have that level of knowledge, because back to what we said earlier, your university education only trained you up for doing small and medium scale businesses or technology businesses. You now need to start having that level of commercial awareness of what it takes to build a bridge, build a dam, what are the financiers looking for, what are the investors looking for. And the other part on youth, we have the Young Leaders in Infrastructure Fellowship. That is going to open up in January or December early. I will encourage, it's free of charge. We currently have no sponsors, but we are ready to take as much young people as possible. It's for about 12 weeks, but it's very intensive. We even encourage you to work on case studies on some of the AUD NEPAD projects or PIDA projects as part of your capstone projects to understand how you can structure the project, what kind of impact you can make. Just follow our website on theafricancatalyst.com. You will get a lot of information about the YALIF program. And I think everyone who has a desire, it's a tough selection process, but if you are committed to know how to take an infrastructure project from an ideation process to execution, then YALIF is really what you should go for. Thank you. It's virtual, yes, it's virtual. And it's in English, but we can also have it in French, if possible.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of thing that development organizations like ourselves at JZ would support, particularly the development of something in a different language like that. So I'm not committing to it. I'm simply stating that that's the kind of thing that we do support at times. Thank you so much all to this, not even gender balanced. It's more women than men on the panel, so I'm happy about that. Inclusivity, and you'll note that everyone really made some solid points. So thank you all to everyone on the panel, but also thank you to you for raising your points from the floor. I confess I'm overwhelmed by the response. If we were a business, we would have had a 100% bump in our valuation, because we've gone over 2 hours in the length of the session. And so I thank you so much for your time, your attention, and your participation. Thank you all.